Hello everyone, some of you asked for a continuation of the last video. I heard you and made a continuation, combining it with the first part. Enjoy watching everyone. This story began in a very dangerous place where no one would want to end up, Lanyang Mountain Prison. It is located high in the mountains, where there are no cities or settlements, but only wild wolves howl. The mountains repeat the loudly spoken words of the overseer, echoing. He yells at the prisoners to hurry up and finish the job as quickly as possible. People are very tired at the end of the day. Our hero was a prisoner named Yen Vu. His tool that day was a shovel. He ground all his hands to calluses, dripping rock. The young man stopped his work for a minute to look at how his hand was doing. Suddenly the overseer's whip slashed his back and pain distorted his face. At the same time, he heard the words of the head of the overseers, who called him names and told him not to play dead. By the end of the day, the supervisor's chief became even more angry. He shouted that he was the most important person here and everyone should obey him unquestioningly. The boss threatened the guy that he would beat him to death. Suddenly, the words of a slave named Sun Doi were heard. He was nicknamed Skinny Monkey. He respectfully turned to the chief and said that the new prisoner was not yet used to working hard. The boss did not let up. He threatened the teenager and said that Yen Vu should work hard in the mine, and if he does not cope with the task, he will fall under the hot hand. Finally, he swung his whip. One of the guards, who was dressed in armor and a helmet, suggested to the chief that he could instruct another prisoner to deal with the new guy. This will increase your authority. The guards left. The blonde guy Sun Doi handed his staff to our hero and asked if he was okay. Yen Vu felt very bad, but he held on with all his strength, then thanked his friend. Our hero was at hard labor for only 3 days. The young man with the nickname Skinny Monkey told him that he had never seen a new guy get so picked on as he was. The dark-haired young man considered himself more handsome than all of them. He answered quietly that if he ever got out of here, he would kill them all. But the Skinny Monkey guy thought he was wandering. What freedom! Yen Vu recalled how he was walking down the street recently. He is only 16 years old, but he has achieved excellent heights in military affairs. People say around him that his skill with weapons is incredible. In addition, our hero will inherit one of the highest titles of the great Saya dynasty. All people envied him. Such a good pedigree was very rare. His family was both noble and rich. One day, his father, rubbing his beard, told his son that Prince Fu was coming soon, and the families wanted to become related, so they would marry their daughter Tan Ziawen to him. Poor Yen Vu was not at all happy with his father's words. He shouted that he did not like this prince's daughter at all, because he already had another in his heart. The young man did not say her name. He was very angry. The head of the Fu family became angry. He slammed his fist on the table and said that this meant shame for the whole family. In those places it was not customary not to fulfill the wishes of elders, because it was dangerous. In the end, Yen Vu was shackled for disobedience. They wanted to put his parents in prison as well, but the young man asked that only he be punished, because only he himself is to blame for this. All the criminals' relatives wanted to renounce their titles, if only the rebellious guy would be left alive. A decision was made, to spare his life, but send him to Lanyang Mountain Prison. There our hero was supposed to be a low-ranking prisoner. The teenager did not feel sorry for himself, because it was his decision. He mentally asked for forgiveness from his father, mother and brother for having lost everything. Yen Vu raked the stones with his fingers and said, returning to reality, that he needed to get out of this rotten place. Then he wanted to take revenge on all his offenders and show what kind of family the Yen were. The fair-haired guy Sun Doi, seeing the tenacity of the new guy, thought that if he didn't die, then it would be possible to make friends with him. Suddenly the new guy's shovel hit something in the ground. He stopped digging. The young man did not know what was there. A small creature crawled out from under a stone covered with sand. It was a blue-eyed puppy. He crouched to the ground and pressed his pointed ears to his body, afraid to move. Our hero looked at him. One thought came to his mind. The teenager was so hungry, because he had not eaten for 3 days, and he thought, looking at the animal, how to enjoy the delicious food. However, the smart little animal had a gift. He held it with his little paws. It was a small walnut-type box. In this place, this object looked unusual, among the stones and sand. The young man winked at the find and was surprised that he had only been here for 3 days, but had already found something special. The baby looked at him with his small eyes. The young man said that he would not eat it for the gift. Then the teenager took the box. Energy emanated from it. The heat flowed directly into his body, increasing the man's strength. He hid it on himself, and next to the object the young man felt better. The guy found something again. It was red hematite. The guy thought that he could get some food for himself. He was very happy about what happened. After all, a stone of this size is very rare here. Our hero became serious as he saw a whole crowd of prisoners heading towards him. The question was asked by someone in the crowd who he was. This did not bode well for the guy. The old woman picked up the stone and, holding it in her hands, said that the young man did not even know who she was. The leader felt that the teenager was disrespecting her. There were a lot of guys behind her. The young man said he didn't care who the woman was. He asked for the stone to be returned to him. He only had a shovel in his hands, and there were more and more guys near the leader of the prisoners. One of them, the bald prisoner 6 Jew's son, said, pointing his finger at the teenager, that he should obey the elder Van and be respectful with her, otherwise he would tear the boy's jaw. The man became very angry and clenched his fists. He shouted that he wanted to teach the new guy a lesson so that he would know who was in charge in the 68th department of the prison. The old woman who was their leader said that she herself wanted to have a few words with this stupid boy first. At these words, she smiled and looked attentively at the young man. Yen Vu raised the shovel as his weapon and said that the fat woman should not piss him off, return his stone to him, because there would be no mercy from him. He looked determined. He was ready for anything. The old woman said, flirting with the young man, that the guy, if he wanted, could come to her in the evening. If she liked everything, then she would force the prisoners to find such stones for him every day. The young man picked up the shovel and began to quickly run towards the leader of the prisoners. He shouted to the fat woman that she wanted to make him an errand boy, and this was only possible through his corpse. The boy rushed past the old woman when she jumped to the side, raising her hand with the stone high. The old woman shouted that she did not want the young man to die, she wanted to make him her friend. The old woman grabbed his head and pressed his face to her huge chest. The young man thought what powerful hands the fat woman had. He had not eaten for 3 days, was weak and could not free himself from her embrace. Suddenly a small animal jumped out from under the old woman's feet, took a stone in its mouth and ran away. The woman squealed that what she hated most in her life was furry creatures. She ordered everyone to catch the creature. 6 prisoner leader Jew's son immediately rushed to run after the puppy. He shouted at the animal and called it names. The man put his long arms forward, wanting to grab and kill the baby. The young man could not come to his senses from the old woman's embrace. She smelled so bad that there was nothing worse in life for a guy than that smell. The young man spat at the thought that he was pressed to her chest. The fat woman did not let up. She approached the young man again, saying kindly that he should think carefully about her proposal for a meeting, otherwise she would not allow him to find stones, then he would die of hunger. Then the fat woman slowly followed the two prisoners who were chasing a small puppy. She scolded and called the awkward accomplices, saying that they could not catch the mangy dog. The blonde guy Sun Doi, who was watching this situation from afar, approached Yen Vu and said that he was jealous of him. Our hero did not understand what there was to be jealous of. The friend explained, closing his eyes, that when you live for a long time in a place like a prison, there is nothing to choose from, and any fat woman here is just a beautiful flower. When evening falls, there is no difference. Our hero could not bear everything that was happening to him here. He clearly understood that he needed to get out of this place faster. He spoke his thought out loud. Sun Doi immediately became serious. He replied to the young man that it was easy to talk about escaping from a mountain prison, but there were thousands of people before him who talked about it, but did any of them end up free? A friend told the young man that the prison rules stated that a prisoner who collected 50,000 kilograms of hematite could buy his freedom. Our hero received hope. Yen Vu thought that even the leader of the prisoners, the evil fat woman, could not accumulate enough stone to buy herself freedom, and yet she has the ability to take hematite from others. Suddenly the guy noticed a small puppy who ran away from his pursuers and returned to his owner, whom he chose himself. He had that big rock. The young man thought about how to feed him now. The friends looked at each other. The puppy was black, so Yen Vu decided to name him Chernish. Sun Doi's friend also liked the baby. The two of them looked at the little animal, but now they had to work for three. The guys approached the wall of a high mountain, where the rock was especially hard, and began to work. The skinny monkey and our hero began to chisel the rock, because they needed to earn food for themselves and the baby. The day was coming to an end, the sun was setting below the horizon. The desert began to cool and the coolness gradually descended. Friends, the skinny monkey and our hero sat on the rocks and ate. They earned some food for the stone the young man found. Their pet ate next to them. The young man thought about the sickening smell coming from the food. But there was nothing else, you had to eat what they gave you in order to survive. When suddenly someone from behind pushed him in the back, he fell to the ground and overturned the contents of the plate. The young man did not expect the blow, so the enemy took him by surprise. The guy was very angry. He stood up and said that he had not eaten anything for 3 days, and someone dared to interfere with his snack. This was done by the 6-prisoner leader Ju Sunday. The man smiled. He came to have a heart-to-heart talk with the new prisoner. He said that the guys got this food thanks to the little creature. These words made our hero very angry. The boy shouted to the man that he was in trouble and wanted to punch him in the face. But the attacker Ju Sun dodged the blow and now decided to attack himself. He said that the young man is weak and male strength is many times more powerful. After these words, the man struck a strong blow to the young man's forearm. Yen Vu was in a lot of pain, it felt like his bone was cracking. Blood appeared on the skin. The second blow from an adult man knocked the guy down. The prisoner shouted at the young man that he might be handsome, but he was just useless trash. The poor young man lay on the ground, his arm hurt unbearably. Ju Sun stood over him. He said that if Van's sister hadn't attracted him, he would have been a corpse already. The man was jealous of the young man towards the old woman. The man hoped that the leader of the prisoners would reciprocate his feelings and they would spend many passionate nights in tenderness with his sister. The young man tried to get up and walk to his friend. The wound on his hand was bleeding. My head was spinning from hunger. After all, his food was spoiled, unless a small puppy could finish it. Friend Sun Doi helped him walk to the stone. He said that the young man should rest and eat some food that he had left for him from his portion. Our hero told his friend that he was being kind to him, because those prisoners would now pester him too. The blonde guy Sun Doi replied that he is very good at fighting, despite his thin body, so the skinny monkey is not afraid of them. Our hero said that now Sun Doi is like a brother to him. He smiled back at him, calling him brother, and asked whether he would eat, because he had left half the portion for him. Either from pain or from anxiety, Yen Vu did not want to eat. Then the skinny monkey sat down and finished his portion of food to the end. It was clear that the food gave him great pleasure. The young man squeezed in his hand the nut that he found today. He took only the bread and began to eat it. His friend Sun Doi encouraged him. He said that when there is food, there is strength. Night was falling on the mountains and it was getting cool. The stars, one after another, began to light up in the dark sky. Our hero only now realized how wonderful the taste of bread is. Yen Vu hid the nut that the dog gave him in his clothes. It seemed to him that the object was special and had some kind of energy. He told the puppy that if he ate this nut, his wounds could heal. The small animal looked at its owner, as if understanding what the guy was saying. The puppy decided that it would be better now to keep the nut. The night took its toll, and the young man's eyes closed from fatigue. The teenager's thoughts did not leave him even in his sleep. The boy thought about his family, why the ruler condemned his parents, because they are honest people, which means he is obliged to restore honor to the family and destroy the monarchy. The young man was a little delirious in his sleep. He was so tense even in his sleep, realizing how serious his condition was. He couldn't change anything. The puppy took the nut into its mouth and approached its owner. The animal approached the face of the man, whose mouth had opened in his sleep. The puppy put the nut directly into Yen Vu's mouth. The object acquired some kind of light glow. Then this glow was transmitted to the face of our hero, and then penetrated into his heart. Light illuminated his body from the inside. As if something magical happened under the influence of a special object. The young man's eyes opened. He was in a fog. The young man heard someone calling him quietly. The first thing he thought was who was calling him. It was a woman's voice calling his name. Behind the teenager there were many beautiful girls. They all paid attention to him. One of them put her hand on his shoulder and called out to him quietly. The guy didn't understand what was happening, where he was. The dark-haired girl with straight strands of hair sighed languidly, looking at him. The young man did not know who to respond to. All the girls were more beautiful than the other. They called him by name. The dream was so beautiful that the guy could not open his eyes. There was a dog next to him. Thinking that it was a beauty, the young man went to kiss. The puppy did not like this and put his paws forward. The young man was still in a dream, where the girls caressed him and offered him fruit and food. He laughed and basked in the water of the spring, and all the beauties wanted his attention. Yen Vu was so hungry that he was ready to eat anything. And here he was offered a very ripe and fragrant peach, which he greedily took in his hands and began to eat. One very beautiful girl told the teenager not to give up on his life. She promised to reveal to him the 9th secret. The beauty wished to return his title to him and clear her name. Without speaking further, the girl disappeared. The guy wondered what kind of secret she wanted to tell. Suddenly the thought struck him that fate is built from 9 things, one of which is martial arts. The young man's entire internal state was restored. He made the transition from sleep to reality. How painful it was to feel myself again in this place. Only the dog pleased him with his presence. The sun was rising from behind the mountains, bringing with it a new day. What kind of day it would be no one knew. Although in a place like a mountain prison, all days are similar to one another and promise one thing: hard labor. The teenager quickly got up and said that he slept sweetly. He moved his hand and did not understand anything. After all, yesterday, the 6th leader of the prisoners broke it for him, and today he no longer felt the pain. The young man wondered how it happened that today everything was fine with his arm, there was no trace of a fracture. He moved his fingers again and again, but they did not hurt. The teenager sat down on a large stone and began to feel his body, but he did not feel pain, nothing hurt at all. He wondered how this was possible. The young man remembered his dream. There was a harem of beautiful girls who gave him affection and undressed him. Is this not a dream? My body is filled with new energy. Our hero sat in the lotus position and remembered that one beauty tried to teach him an art called the 9th secret, and he remembered everything that she put into his head. He closed his eyes. One thought haunted the teenager: where did that nut go? Did the boy really think he ate it? The young man remembered that in a dream he ate a peach, and thought that in reality he ate the nut that was now in it. The young man desperately wondered how the nut could have gotten into his stomach, and who brought the object to his mouth so that he could swallow it. The young man thought that Chernish did it. At this time, the young man noticed the dog playing with a dirty rag. He thought that in order to give the nut to him, the animal first took the object itself in its teeth. He was horrified that his mouth stank. The sun rose high and it became hot. Yen Vu worked quickly with a shovel, tirelessly. Only the grinding of stones on metal was heard around the young man, who did not stop even for a minute. The boy was sweating, drops of sweat were running down his face, but he did not feel tired. The young man was full of strength and scooped up the rock in search of stones. Our hero knew that he had TSI energy, which spread throughout his body. He felt like a warrior again and expanded the boundaries of his capabilities. The young man thought that he should now work hard in the mine to increase his strength. A blonde Sun Doi guy approached the young man and asked him, pointing to his hand, that his friend's hand wasn't broken. The guy wondered how he got better so quickly. Yen Vu replied that he didn't know how, but he immediately felt better, as if he had been born again. The boy cheerfully added that he hoped to get out of this terrible place faster. The young man Sun Doi told him not to forget to get him, his brother, out of this hole. Our hero promised him that since they were now brothers, they would leave together. Then the young man said that he had an idea how they could become the bosses of this department of prison number 68. The fair-haired young man, Autumn, was frightened by these words, his eyes turned white, and there was fear on his face. He told his friend not to joke with such things, because it was impossible. Our hero said that if they don't become the boss here, how will they collect enough hematite to redeem themselves? He knew that fists were everything here, strong and accurate blows were needed. But the friend was not so sure, his fists were weak. Then Yen Vu said that he could count on him, he could teach him what he knew in martial arts. Sun Doi agreed. Some time later, the friends went down into the gorge, where no one had seen them, and began training. The young man shared his knowledge of martial arts, which their family kept, with his named brother. Sun Doi was grateful to him for this. The friends decided to train more to get out of this terrible place. Our hero said that they will be able to overcome everything and then a huge world will open up before them. Today was a good day. Yen Vu dug up a large piece of hematite that weighed 29 kilograms. The boy expected that today he could even eat meat. After all, the prisoners were given food for stones. The friends each carried a huge red stone. There were smiles on their faces. It's not every day that you have such luck, finding two such large red hematites at once. Suddenly 3 prisoners blocked their way. Sister Van, who led the trio, said where they were going and added that yesterday the sister did not wait for him, so she wants to take revenge. The blonde guy, wanting to settle everything amicably, brought his stone to Ju-sun and said that this was a small gift especially for them and he hoped that everyone would be happy. The angry man smiled, his eyes lit up at the sight of such a huge stone. He said that the skinny monkey knows how to manage business and knows how to please his elders. The goon continued that despite the gift, Yen Vu would have to go to the prisoner leader van, otherwise he would break their arms. At these words the young man became very serious. Anger and resentment were boiling inside him. He said that it was in vain that the 6th Ju-sun said these words. The thug walked up to the young man and took him by the chin. The villain said that the teenager annoys him. Ju-sun came closer and took the large stone from the young man. He called him names, saying that he was just trash. The thug said that he knew that the young man would not answer him and could not do anything to them. 6 walked, carrying the selected hematite in front of him. He said that the sister was waiting for the young man to please her. After these words, the young man could not stand it and went on the attack. He approached the offender and kicked him from behind between the legs. The brute jumped high in the air from surprise and pain. The prisoner shouted that he was in great pain. His face contorted in pain. He fell to his knees and put his hands between his legs. He gave the command in a hoarse voice to his accomplices so that everyone would attack the guy. But our hero did not wait for their attack, he attacked again himself, hitting with all his might the first one who approached him. He pressed down the 6 of Ju-sun, who was lying on the ground, with his foot. Then 2 other prisoners decided to attack the guy together, simultaneously approaching him. He took advantage of their slowness, pushing their heads together painfully, so much so that it resulted in a strong blow. The young man stood over the lying prisoners, who were writhing in pain, and told him that they were too weak. He rubbed his hands, stretching them, and looked with contempt at his defeated enemies. The young man took the shovel in his hands and approached the 6th gang leader, who was still lying on the ground, and said that they were just animals, so they didn't dare run into him. The friends took their stones and went to the authorities. Yen Vu was happy for the first time and said that it was time to eat meat. The 6th leader of the prisoners looked after him, not understanding how the young man recovered so quickly. Soon night fell on the mountains. The darkness that shrouded the tops did not spread to the sky. It was clear, the stars were visible on it. Friends were in a cave. Blonde Sun Doi was eating meat with chopsticks. He took piece by piece, examining them from all sides. He said that although the meat is bitter, it is still incredibly tasty. Our hero also ate, sitting on a large stone. Next to him was his favorite. He spoke to him and called him Blackie. The owner said that their victory today was his achievement, so he gave him meat. The baby was very pleased and sat quietly, waiting for the next piece of meat. Suddenly he ran somewhere. The teenager told him that if he didn't want to eat, he would eat everything himself, as he was very hungry. Friends sat nearby and talked about the puppy. Sun Doi said that the little animal is very smart beyond its age. Yen Vu said that he is an unusual dog. He will definitely help them leave this cruel place. At this time, the screams of the old van woman were heard near her home. She screamed so loudly at her 6s that the mountains repeated her words with repeated echoes. In front of the leader of the prisoners stood Ju-sun with his head bandaged and his 2 friends. The old woman said after cursing that she was not mistaken about the guy, since he was able to beat 3 adult men. The woman ordered another of her admirers, Dan, to go tomorrow and bring Yen Vu to her. She said that it didn't matter to her exactly how the thug would do it. He hoped for her attention. But the old woman, having picked her teeth with a toothpick, pulled it out of her mouth and said that he was nothing more than a toothpick. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. He shouted to her that he would do everything. The next morning the sun rose, scorching the earth with its first hot rays. In the mountain desert, with its sunrise, it immediately became hot. Yan Vu chose the morning time for training for a reason, since at that hour no one disturbed him. He did his exercises, mentally remembering everything that he had been taught. You need to control your body wisely. To use the ninth secret, you need to start by controlling the dark energy of dawn, and the best time for this is early in the morning. At noon, Sun Doi, nicknamed the Skinny Monkey, was cutting down rock with a pickaxe. He hit the rock over and over again, creating loud sounds, metal on stone. Another sound came from his body. A friend approached our hero, who also said that he heard this sound. Yan Vu congratulated him. The initial level of martial arts was passed by Sun Doi. He became a warrior, but promised to try even harder. After some time, the thug Sher Dan and 2 prisoners came to the friends. The leader said that Van's sister wants to see the young man. At these words, he smiled sarcastically. The guy became serious. They wouldn't leave him alone. His friend Sun Doi said that the old woman's henchman had come to settle scores again. 3 prisoners, whom the old woman had sent to their friends, shouted at them to stop and come to them. Suddenly, guys from another gang of prisoners, called He Sin, approached from the other side. One of them offered 2 guys to join their gang for half of the stones they mined. Sun Doi quietly told our hero that there were 2 gangs in the prison, one led by the old woman Van, and the other group subordinated to Zive. The friend wondered whether he should agree to this proposal. The young man showed a small stone and invited the new group to take it in exchange for protection. The leader of the He Sin gang said that Yan Vu is not a bad guy and he has a future. Suddenly the voice of the Sher Dan 6 croaked. He was angry that the spoils were slipping away from his hands. The bully said that Zive is completely crazy, since this kid belongs to his sister, and he will have problems. The 2 men came very close to each other. They wanted to tear each other apart because they did not share the boy. Zive said that since the guys gave them the hematite, then they are from their gang. 6 Sher Dan ordered to grab the boy and take him to the old woman, and no one dares to contradict them. All the people of Sister Van's gang armed themselves with shovels. They approached the young man menacingly. Zive, the leader of another gang, shouted that there would be a war between gangs, and it was started by the 6 Sher Dan. He was so determined that he promised to blow the head off the Sher Dan 6. The battle has begun. Everything that was available from tools of labor immediately turned into weapons. Prisoners from the 2 gangs began beating each other. They did not spare each other. Screams and groans were heard there. 2 friends stood and watched as 2 gangs fought over them. Sun Doi suggested to his brother that maybe they better leave before it's too late. Our hero said, turning to his friend, that he had already become a warrior. Why was he nervous? Yan Vu continued that if they attacked him, he would believe in his victory. The friend replied that he would fight with other guys, but not with Zive and the 6 Sher Dan, since he thinks they are stronger than him. Yan Vu said that this is correct, he only has the first stage. But you still need to study. Still, after several blows, the gang leaders, crossing their weapons, decided that they needed to teach a lesson to the boy who stood on the sidelines and watched the carnage. They decided to punish the boy. Our hero was waiting for this moment when the predators still wanted to resolve the dispute at the expense of the victim. But he was not going to give up. He told them to attack 2 at a time, as he was in a hurry for lunch. The 2 of them rushed at the young man with great speed. They had shovels in their hands. Each of them threatened to teach the boy a lesson and tear him to pieces. The young man twirled his weapon, a shovel, high above his head. He calmly said that thanks to them he would at least warm up a little. The boy decided to make the first storm blow, with a shovel directly at the running men. The main thing was not to drop the tool from the force of the collision and their bodies. We must try to injure their soft parts of the body. The boy's blow turned out to be of enormous force, so that the men fell to the ground, clutching their arms and their stomachs. They screamed in pain and asked not to beat them anymore. All the others, not wanting to tempt fate, asked the young man not to beat them, since they had already suffered too much today. The young man looked at the prisoners lying on the ground and decided that enough was enough. Here 3 figures of overseers appeared above the gorge, who came in response to the noise. One of them asked what was going on here and lashed him in the air. The 2 friends decided that they needed to get out of here quickly. A few hours later darkness fell. The prisoners sat in their caves. 2 friends Yen Vu and Sun Doi were having dinner and warming themselves near the fire. Their favorite Chernish was also there. He made the kids laugh by licking his face after a delicious dinner. Suddenly the puppy brought something in its mouth. The owner considered that it was ginseng root, one of the most expensive medicinal plants that strengthens bones and cleanses the blood. When the boy took the medicinal plant, he saw that the dog had chewed off half of the root. He looked at the small animal reproachfully, but the dog did not pay any attention to it. The little blackie stood with his head held high, because he deserved half of the root of the medicinal plant. The young man began to chew the root and hoped that with its help he would recover even faster. After a few moments, the boy felt warmth and energy. She created a warm aura around his body. He closed his eyes to concentrate on the spiritual energy within. The young man heard a triple sound from his body, which meant that he was at the 4th stage of the entry level. Once he reaches the 7th stage, he will reach the intermediate level. Our hero thought that the practice of the 9th secret turned out to be very useful. The root of the medicinal plant also helped him in his development. Yen Vu looked at his friend and resolutely said that they were going to Old Woman Van. The skinny monkey friend did not understand why our hero now wants to go to the enemy's lair. The young man said that if you catch bandits, you need to start with the leader, and today. 2 friends made their way to the chambers of the Old Woman Van. It was a separate building with 2 windows. My sister was sitting on the bed and dreaming about something. She remembered the young man whom no one had been able to bring to her for 2 days. The leader decided that tomorrow she would go to him herself. Suddenly she heard someone calling her. The voice was similar to the voice of the young man she had just dreamed of. The old woman looked out of the house and called the name Yen Vu. She thought that he had come after all. 2 friends approached the house. The young man stopped near the woman and honestly said that he would save the old woman's life if she obeyed him. He was determined and stuck the shovel into the ground. But the sister was in a romantic mood. She approached the guy and pressed her cheek to his cheek. This caress made the boy feel very disgusted and sick. Sun Doi's friend also could not stand this scene of the disgusting old woman's harassment. He hit the stone with a shovel. The leader warned him not to disturb them. Then the young man could not stand it and hit the woman who was pestering him. The impact caused her to fall to the ground. She had very strong arms, so she had a powerful punch that smashed rocks. She realized that things were getting serious and rushed at the young man with all her might. The young man determined that Van had a normal high level. He thought it was time to show what he could do. He gathered all his strength into a fist and flew, pointing his hand straight at her face. Yen Vu struck his opponent with all his might. The sister flew some distance away and hit the ground painfully. The woman sat on the ground, covered in blood, wailing how it was possible that only 2 days ago she easily defeated him, and now his level of martial arts had increased so much that she lost. Our hero stood over her, holding a shovel in his hands. He said that she doesn't understand many things, but today he just needs to defeat her. Hearing the noise, many prisoners came to see what was happening. They saw that their leader, Sister Van, was defeated by a young guy. Our hero walked and dragged the body of the old woman by the leg. There was a shovel on his shoulder. He said, addressing the prisoners, that he had already defeated Sister Van and from now on he was their boss. The two leader sixes, Sher Dan and Ju Sun, looked at each other. One told the other that the guy really defeated the old woman. They also fought with him and could not win. Our hero said that if they don't like something, they can fight him now. The guy was very confident and brave that all the prisoners decided to obey. Two huge men, the gang leader's sixes, knelt down in front of him and said that they welcomed their new boss, Yen Vu. All the other gang members followed suit. The two friends stood next to each other. Our hero announced that from now on all members of the Bundy obey him and his brother Sun Doi. Anyone who obeys them will not suffer. The young man ordered to take the old woman's body and throw it somewhere far away. The two villains immediately began to carry out the order and took the old woman's body and carried it downstairs. The young man decided to finish one more thing that night. He wanted to deal with another gang, where the leader was the prisoner Zive. The young man suggested an unexpected attack right now. Our hero has everything figured out. He wanted the entire prison department to become theirs that night. By beheading two gangs, this could be achieved. Two friends approached the barracks where the leader Zive lived. Laughter could be heard near the building. The gang leader sat on the bed and invented entertainment for himself, mocking the little teenager. The kid hid in a corner and begged the elder to let him go. The child's name was Seo Man. The man approached the victim with vile advances. The child begged for mercy. When suddenly some strange sounds interrupted the leader's actions. Zive went to see what was going on outside. As soon as the boss opened the door, on the threshold he saw a prisoner from his guard, who was lying beaten under the door. The gang leader shouted who dared to do this. Sun Doi, taking advantage of the fact that the leader did not expect an attack, hit him with a shovel right in the face with all his might. Zive received a blow that left a scar across his entire face, on his cheek and his forehead. But the gang boss has now decided to strike back. He hit the young man so hard that he flew up and then fell to the ground, hitting a stone painfully. The leader of the Hasin gang approached the fallen guy, crushed his body, placing his foot on his chest. He said that he was a 9th stage intermediate level of martial arts. Zive decided to kill the enemy. When suddenly Yen Vu jumped at him from the darkness. He decided to use his third storm strike against such a powerful enemy. The gang leader's face was distorted with anger, blood appeared on him from the scar that Sun Doi inflicted. He decided to teach a lesson to the young man, because of whom so much trouble had happened. Our hero did not hesitate and used his signature blow, which was suitable for fighting a person of such a level of martial arts proficiency. The enemy fell to the ground from the force of the blow. The gang leader was on the ground, his body seemed to be boiling with anger. He called the young man names and said that he attacked on the sly. The villain was stalling for time, wanting to distract the guy with conversation. Yen Vu is tired of his talk about nobility and fair rules. After all, before the leader acted against the laws, attacking them together with the old woman's gang. The young man said that they are all criminals here. Our hero told the firmly defeated enemy that everything now becomes his and belongs to Yen Vu. The conversation was over, so the rules of the strong were established. In the home of the Bundy leader, the little boy was still sitting in the corner, trembling with fear. The teenager cowered, preparing to attack, and asked ere the leader who wanted to offend him had gone. The child looked out from behind the door and saw Yen Vu, who with one hand held high by the belt of the villain Ziwei, who used to be the leader of the Heisin gang, and now could not utter a word against the young man. All the other members of the gang came and bowed to the new leader, who from now on became our hero. They all shouted greetings to the new boss. The young man told the prisoners to go and tell everyone in the department that he would now be the new boss of the entire prison department. Whoever disagrees will face the fate of the leader of the Ziwei gang. Our hero, turning to his friend, the skinny monkey, said that now they will live here in this house, and all the hematites that all the prisoners, members of both gangs, will mine will be theirs. Sun Doi bowed to him and called him boss. But Yen Vu told him that he was his brother, and whoever is kind to him will receive kindness in return, and whoever harbors evil will reap evil as well. The blond youth swore allegiance to the young boss and said that whoever tried to take his life would have to deal with him first. The two young men held hands and promised to be faithful to each other forever. They called themselves brothers. The friends were standing a little to the side when the child who was in the house of the leader of the Heisin gang came running up to them and fell to her knees in bow, asking to be their servant. It turned out that she was a girl who had been sent here because a crime had occurred in the palace where she worked, and they blamed her and punished her. To protect herself, she pretended to be a boy. As he was leaving, the young man passed by the child and told the little girl that her fate was somewhat similar to his, but now she would be under his protection. The little girl rose from her knees and burst into tears. This was the first person here who showed kindness to her. She wiped her tears with a dirty hand and said that she was grateful to him and called him master. The next day, in the mountain gorge located under the hanging bridge, the voice of the chief overseer was heard. The boss called him names and shouted what Yen Vu had done now. He stood with a whip in his hands and looked at the two prisoners who were kneeling in front of him. It was Sister Van and Ziwei. The leaders of both gangs regretted the actions of the young man, who became the boss of the 68th Department and subjugated all the prisoners. They wanted the boss to deal with him. The chief overseer thought, looking at the wounds that the young man inflicted on the leaders, that it was the turn of the authorities to deal with him. Just at this time the prison governor was away. At this time, in the 8th department of the prison, something very strange happened. Under the rock where the prisoners were working, the earth opened up and the evil demon that was there swallowed up the people. The assistant director of the mountain prison arrived on a large tiger and told this to another chief, who was the assistant director of the colony. The assistant, who was riding a huge furry wolf, said that he knows about many artifacts that are hidden in these mountains, so this may be connected with one big secret. The third assistant to the head of the prison, who was on the mountain horned buffalo, said that it was necessary to block the 8th department of the mountain prison, since the bloody demon had risen high into the sky and could attack again. The strong man on the buffalo said it was getting more and more dangerous down there. The three of them, on a mountain ledge that hung over the abyss, were three assistants to the warden. They looked down with great fear, where it was becoming very hot deep below. The bloody demon that was deep down there was laughing at the people. He invited everyone who was not afraid to come to him. His eyes were red from baked lava. At this time, the young people were sitting on a stone and eating their snack. They remembered everything that had happened recently. Suddenly Yen Vu became wary. The blonde friend asked him what happened. He replied that he felt tremors. Our hero said that he identified evil energy somewhere nearby, so they need to be careful. Something appeared behind the young people. It extended its hand to them. He was a very thin man, one could say, a skeleton covered in skin. He lay with his hand outstretched. He asked to be given food, since he did not want to become the ghost of someone who had died of hunger. A frightened Sun Doi said he thought it was a spirit, but it was a living person, but very weak. The skinny old man said he was willing to give anything of value for the food they had. He asked the young people to save him. In his bony hand he held a round object. Friend saw that it was an eyeball. This sight made the fair-haired friend feel sick and make him want to vomit. Yen Vu's friend was bolder. He told the old man that he was ready to change. He approached the poor man and extended the bread, but the old man could not take it. Then the young man himself brought the crust to his mouth. At the same moment, the skinny man stopped breathing, and a round object intended for exchange fell from his hand. Our hero said that the poor guy is already breathing. The blonde friend asked Yen Vu why our hero wanted that old man's eyes. It's disgusting. To which the young man replied that this was not his real eye. It was a sealed ball, a huge secret was probably sealed inside it. Outwardly, this object really looked like a human eye. Little Blackie immediately began to play with the round object. His master, looking at him, said to deal with this seal, he now has little strength. Suddenly the young man realized what the dog could do. The young man shouted to the puppy not to touch the object, as it was not edible. But the little animal continued to play with the magic eye, now breathing out flames from it. The owner wondered what mystical animal he had. Blackie never ceased to amaze him. Now his ability to spew flames has been revealed, which means he has spiritual energy. The little Blackie moved the ball again and again with the help of the hot fire emanating from its mouth. He enjoyed this activity so much that he barked joyfully at the round blue object. The young man picked up the magic eye to take a closer look. It seemed that the dog did something to the object, as light energy began to emanate from it. Our hero knew that in order to undo the seal sealed in an object, it was necessary to drop blood on it. The guy bit his finger and dropped a few drops of his blood onto his blue eye. Only the owner of the blood is able to learn the secret of the ball with the seal. Something unusual began to happen in the ball. It opened and some energy came out of it. Our hero, under the influence of this power, was transported to another dimension, where a sea dragon appeared in front of him, which was among the waves. Yen Vu was also there completely naked in the sea elements. This vision continued in the young man's mind for several moments. He froze and sat motionless. His appearance puzzled his friend. When asked by his brother, Yen Vu replied that he saw a turtle dragon and himself in the sea. At night, in the house of the former gang leader, where friends now lived, the young man decided to further master the power that the blue ball gave him. The guy stood up and tensed all his muscles. He decided that he had to draw water out of the ground with his feet and revive the dragon turtle inside his body. Only in this way could he master this power. After the exercises, he listened to his body. He heard a triple click, which meant the 10th stage of the intermediate level of martial arts. The young man felt himself gaining strength very quickly. The confidence that he would be able to leave this prison grew stronger in him every minute since he felt the power of the turtle dragon. The practice of the 9th secret also helped him become this way. At this time, in the 8th department of the prison, something unusual and terrible was happening. One of the prisoners went to look for his friend, who went to the toilet and did not return from there for a long time. He carried a shovel in his hand. The guy cursed and called his accomplice names. Suddenly, when he opened the door to the toilet, he saw that his friend was in the clutches of a large monster that was tearing a man apart. With its large mouth, the wolf broke the poor fellow's hand like a thin stick. At the same time, a flock of evil drags was approaching the prisoner settlement along the gorge. The animals had red eyes, they clicked their teeth, it seemed that these creatures had evil energy. Their pack leader, who now stood on a ledge in the mountain, commanded them, directing them to attack the humans. His piercing howl stood over the mountains, not foreshadowing anything good for the prisoners. The leader of the pack ordered his brothers to exterminate all people so that all their treasures would go to the wolves. The leader was distinguished by the fact that he had clothes, his body looked like a human body, and his head was like that of a wolf. The leader wolf bent down the ravine from above as his wolves tore the poor prisoners to pieces. Suddenly the sound of arrows being fired was heard from the heights of the mountains. It was the third assistant warden who arrived, riding a horned bull. He quickly fired dozens of arrows at the gray creatures. The leader of the pack gave the command to destroy the boss, since he could kill the entire pack. The man shouted that the wolves should not expect mercy from him. The leader of the wolves ordered his relatives to bring the head of the archer. The leader of the people, raising his hand with a spear, told all the prisoners to prepare to attack the wolves. During this time, Yen Vu continued his training in the house that stood under the big mountain where he now lived. The young man continued to practice the art of the sea dragon turtle. Only 5 days had passed, and he was already at the 16th stage and had reached the pinnacle of warrior skill. Sweat poured off him. However, the boy's stomach was already against continuing training on an empty stomach. He hasn't eaten for 5 days. Our hero touched his stomach with his hand and it seemed that the skin had grown to his back. The young man looked out of the door of the house and saw his brother and the girl he had saved. He asked them if there was something to eat. Sun Doi said that we need to stop training. Suddenly the friends heard a sound. Sun Doi looked at his friend with fear. Our hero said that he felt evil energy around him, he became wary. Wolves attacked Department 68, where many prisoners lived. They were very angry and hungry and could rip out anyone's throat in a matter of minutes. All the people began to hide in their homes, those who had time. Even the head of security himself, looking out into the street, immediately hid back in the house, saying that he would not leave the house. One of the young prisoners ran with all his might from a huge wolf. The young man was about to fall, as his strength was leaving him. Suddenly, our hero jumped out in front of the beast and struck him with a strong kick in the stomach. So the animal flew several meters back. Yen Vu began to strike the wolves one after another. The young man shouted to the people not to be afraid, but to unite for victory. Sun Doi also came to the rescue, armed with a shovel. All the people came out of their places where they were hiding from the drags and were glad that Yen Vu and Sun Doi came to their aid. The young boss told everyone to take large stones and throw them at the wolves when they approached. All the people took it and started throwing large stones at the animals. The wolves were in great pain from these blows. However, among them there was a red wolf who was stronger than the rest. The gray wolves were at the warrior level, while the red one was a conqueror and had a higher level. Yen Vu rushed towards him. Sun Doi also followed his brother. All this was seen by the chief of security, who was watching everything, hiding behind the door in the house. The boss wanted the young boss dead. Our hero did not want to make a mistake, wanting to put all his strength into one blow. The young man used his third assault strike against the red wolf. But the wolf, having foreseen the maneuver, jumped high up and ended up above the guy, painfully slashing his back with its claws. There was a bloody trail on the teenager's back, from which blood sprayed. The young man did not expect that the red wolf had such strength. This means his level was much higher than he thought. The two friends stood opposite the red leader, while two more gray wolves ran up to them from the direction of the young man Sun Doi. The wolves immediately rushed to attack him. The creatures grabbed both hands of the poor young man with a death grip, wanting to tear him in half together. Our hero, who had his back to the attacking wolves, saw their attack late in order to prevent it. When Yen Vu finally saw what was happening, he immediately rushed to help his brother. In an instant, the two gray wolves were punished by the young man's strong blows. Poor Sun Doi was very ill, he was lying on the ground. Our hero had to go up to his brother for a minute. But the boy pointed to the red wolf and told his brother to be careful with a strong enemy. The young man himself understood this danger. He left his friend and headed towards the red wolf. Our hero remembered the sea dragon technique, which he mastered for 5 days. He started listening to his body. With a war cry, the young man rushed at the red wolf, threatening to kill him today. It seemed that with his hand he hit him right inside the open mouth, while his hand remained intact. The red wolf collapsed from the blow, blood gushing from its mouth. The young boss stood over his body and looked at him, stretching his hands. All the prisoners approached the dead red wolf. They all shouted that Yen Vu was so strong that he saved them all. Poor Sun Doi was sitting on a stone, his wounds were bleeding. At that moment the head of security arrived. He walked up to the prisoners with an important look and said that the wolves, as he had planned, were already finished. The chief approached and kicked the lying wolf. Suddenly the wolf he had kicked was still alive, and he bit into the man's leg with all his might. It was such a quick movement that the mouth closed forever. The boss shouted. All the prisoners were only happy about the event, since the warden did not help them fight the wolves and, if not for Yen Vu, the animals would have killed many. Suddenly an arrow that flew from above killed the wolf, which dug into the chief's leg. The warden looked in the direction from where she had come. He said, smiling at the archer, that her arrow was very accurate. It was a girl, the head of the 8th department, who was sitting on a large leopard. Her name was Van Lon Sin. She told the victim that there was no need to thank her, she was just hunting wolves in this territory. The girl asked out of curiosity who could defeat the red wolf here. She wanted to meet this prisoner personally. The head of the guard pointed his hand at Yen Vu, who was standing over the body of the killed wolf. He ordered him to approach the lady. The young man came up and stopped. Then the head of security jumped up to him to kick him on the knee, saying that he did not kneel before the boss. But this only caused pain. The warden became angry and wanted to punish prisoner Yen Vu. The girl waved her whip and said how unfair it would be. She decided to teach her careless boss a lesson. Her whip hit the warden in the face, causing liquid to flow from his nose. The man now had pain not only in his leg, but also in his face. The girl punished him because he deserved it for a long time. She came closer to the young man and told him to raise his head. The girl looked at his facial features, they seemed very familiar to her. But because of his hair, she couldn't see his eyes. The guy said that it was better for him to keep his head down because his face was dirty and it was not good for high-ranking guests to look at the prisoner. Still, she came even closer and lifted his chin with her whip. Unexpectedly, she saw her brother. He called her Van Lansen's little sister and said that he didn't think he'd meet her here. The girl recognized him and covered her mouth with her hand in amazement. In front of her was her sworn brother Yen Vu. The guy said, shyly turning away from her, that since she was the head of the prison department, she could not talk to the prisoner. She did not listen to the young man's arguments. The girl took his hand and said that in childhood they grew up together, although they are not related, they are like brother and sister. Then he asked the girl to make sure that the boss did not pester him anymore. The girl approached the warden, he immediately understood everything and began to make excuses that he did not want to offend the young man at all, and it was all his superiors who ordered him to be put under pressure. The grown man was very scared. After several light blows, the girl came closer to the head of security and told him not to touch her brother Yen Vu in the future. The scene of the warden's humiliation amused the blonde guy Sun Doi. He hadn't laughed for so long, stretching his hands. Our hero's sister didn't even know he was here. She wanted to feel sorry for her brother, but the guy avoided her. He was ashamed that he was now a prisoner. In a few minutes she had to return. She said, standing next to her leopard, that the wolves were not finished yet, so she should not linger. The girl sat astride her beast and said goodbye, that they would see each other soon. The leopard moved quickly, and soon they disappeared from sight. Although the meeting was not very pleasant, the guy was happy about it. When the friends were alone, Sun Doi said that he did not know that his sister was Van Lon Sin, the daughter of Van Tenlona's chief. She was practically the deity of the entire mountain prison here. The young man replied that earlier in her childhood she was just a neighbor's daughter. The friend smiled and said that he was lucky in everything, both in battle and with girls. In the 8th section of the mountain prison in the gorge there were many dead wolves that were killed with arrows. Many corpses of prisoners, torn apart by the creatures, were also there. The third assistant to the warden, who rode a horned buffalo, looked at all this from the height of the gorge. He said the prison suffered huge losses as thousands of inmates were killed. Van Lon Sin approached him at high speed on a leopard. She was very angry. She immediately told her father why he didn't tell her about Uncle Yen and his son. The father turned to his daughter and was not happy with her accusation. He replied that if he told her, it would not change anything, since the Yen family had already lost everything, both rank and wealth. The assistant warden ordered his daughter not to approach the young man again and for him to deal with his own problems. My father believed that this would be better for everyone. The girl said that if he didn't want to tell anything else, she would find out about everything herself. She was sure that the young man with whom she was friends in childhood could not do anything wrong. The wolves ran along the gorge. There were many of them, but this number was significantly less than there were at the beginning. The animals saw a crowd of prisoners that stood in their way. When people saw the wolves, they were very scared. But then they realized that they were running past. The leader of the pack with red eyes looked at the crowd and thought that he had underestimated the people. He needed even more brothers. After a hard day, Yen Vu finally got home. There he sat down on the floor and the girl he had once saved now helped him wash his wounds. She was very scared when she saw so many wounds. But the young man reassured her, saying that everything would heal quickly. He used the rapid healing technique with his knowledge of the 9th secret. His body began to recover before his eyes. After some time, the guy was already completely healthy. He raised his hand up and told the amazed child that his master was immortal, and no one on earth could harm him. At this time, someone else was near this house. This is the girl Van Lon Sin, the daughter of the main boss of Van Tenlona, who came on a leopard to visit her brother. She said his face didn't change at all. The little girl did not like the uninvited guest at all. She thought that she and the master were so good together, and then a beautiful boss arrived. Our hero told the girl why she came back again. A young girl should not communicate with a prisoner, it could harm her. The beauty caught his hand and said that she didn't care about status, she would get him out of here. Yen Vu said that he is a criminal and if she helps him, she herself will turn out to be an accomplice. Suddenly the young people heard sounds outside the window. The girl looked out of the window and saw the overseer and another 6 who were eavesdropping under the windows. She said that she would punish the spies. There was another girl in the room. The young man sent the baby to Sun Doi. Yen Vu realized that he needed to talk to the girl frankly. But here in this house it was impossible. Then the two of Yen Vu and Van Lonsin mounted the leopard and rode away from the settlement. The leopard moved very quickly. The young man, turning to the girl, said that he was very glad to meet her and now at least he could die in peace. The girl had an expression of amazement on her face at these words. She thought about it. The girl immediately replied that he would save such sweet speeches for someone else. But she was flattered that the guy said that. The leopard quickly rushed through the gorge, where sometimes there were even green trees. He left a mark in the sand. The wind blew the hair of the young people, as its speed was very high. The girl asked what happened to his family, since they had a very honorable title, they couldn't just lose it. The young man replied that it was all because of the princess. The girl remembered the princess from Fuan Palace, who was a very famous person in their monarchy. The young man said that, having received a refusal to marry her, she got angry and drugged him with something, making everyone think that he wanted to rape her. Everything was skillfully arranged. Then her family became angry with his family and stripped them of all their titles and wealth. And they arrested him and wanted to kill him. The guy continued his story and said that they survived thanks to his brother, who gave up his title in exchange for their lives. This is how Yen Vu ended up in a mountain prison. The couple was still riding the leopard. The girl cursed out of anger at the princess, who, because of her refusal to marry her, ruined the guy's life. The guy said that he also learned about the order to the overseers, to make him weak. The girl promised that she would help him sort out at least one problem and not a single hair would fall from his head. Here the young man became worried about the girl, because the princess's family was very influential and it was not worth risking their position for him. The girl asked whether he remembers that incident from childhood, in the mountains. The beauty began the story. It happened in winter, when the whole earth was covered with snow. They got lost together as children in the mountains, and a gray wolf appeared there. They only had small knives with them. Together they scared the wolf away, then the little boy took the girl on his back and carried her through the snow. His shoes had become unusable and he was leaving a trail of blood from his feet. Because of this, the boy froze his feet and came down with a fever. A little girl sat next to his bed and prayed to the gods that he would not die. Since then, the girl promised herself, since he saved her, she would take care of him all her life. The girl called his name. The young man called her little sister Van Lonsin. The girl hugged him from behind, pressing her whole body against his back and wrapping her arm around his neck. Yen Vu was very pleased, his soul felt lighter. It's good that he met her here. The next day, Father Van Lonsin, assistant warden of Van Ten Lona prison, and his men went down into the mine, where the passage to the lair of the bloody demon was opened. He devoured many warriors. His altar was protected by red dogs. They destroyed everyone who approached them. When the girl's father and his men arrived there, many brave men had already disappeared there. One of Van Ten Lona's men jumped forward and began to run towards the altar, saying that he wanted to destroy it. He was armed with a saber. But as soon as he approached the place, the red large hand of the demon caught him. The daredevil was so tiny compared to the size of his hand that the demon crushed the warrior like a bug. The red hand squeezed the man's body and sprayed blood in all directions. Everyone who saw this froze in place. There was horror on the faces of the soldiers. Everyone rushed to retreat. Only the girl's father, assistant warden of Van Ten Lona prison, did not flee. He shouted to his subordinate to take care of his daughter. The boss decided to go to the altar himself. His subordinate shouted to him that he could not cope with the bloody demon himself, but he decided firmly and continued his movement towards the bloody hand. The boss told Li Fun to go back and guard the prison until he got out of that place. During the absence of the boss, he should be in charge. Suddenly, two red hands appeared at the altar. The blood demon stretched them out to grab Van Lonsen girl's father. Compared to the red hands, the man was very small and weak. The red monster's laughter was heard in the mine. Van Tenlona's body disappeared into a bloody, seething mass. The assistant chief hurried to the exit of the mine, fearing that the demon would grab him. Li Fun, emerging from the ground, smiled sarcastically. The man thought how good it was that Van Tenlona died. Now he will be for the main boss. The mountain prison will belong to him. Early in the morning, a young man's exclamation was heard in Van Lansen's chambers. It was the cry of a man who found himself in a different place than he expected. Our hero jumped up on the bed and said that yesterday he drank too much with his little sister Lansin and doesn't remember anything. The young man was tormented by doubts. What if something happened between them? What should he do now? The guy pulled the blanket over himself when his sister opened the curtain to enter. She was alarmed and said that something had happened to her father and she had to go back. The girl ran out, shouting as she went that in the 8th compartment a red demon had been dug up in the mine, and he had taken many human lives. Then her father decided to figure it out and went down underground with his people. The young man ran out after the girl, wanting to go with her. But she mounted her swift leopard and galloped away. The guy had no choice but to use the technique of the 9th secret. The young man could not allow the girl to go alone to such a dangerous place. He used the fast jump method and jumped with great acceleration in the tracks of her leopard. The young man said to himself that the simultaneous use of the 9th secret and the dragon turtle technique allowed him to increase his speed. He moved very quickly, so he soon saw them. The young man was on top and jumped onto the leopard next to the girl. He told her they were going together. The rider was surprised how he was able to catch up with her speedy leopard so quickly. The girl became very serious and said that when they arrived at the place, he must obey her instructions. The guide promised to do as she asked. Suddenly a young man on a large lion stopped them. He shouted at the teenager who he was and why he was so close to his Lansin. It was her relative Lai Sin. The girl was decisive, because she was in a hurry. She told the person blocking the path not to interfere, as she needed to quickly get into the bloody mine. But the man did not want the young people to proceed further. Then the girl pointed her spear at him. He stepped back, waving his arms. Our hero decided to reason with the man. He told him to let them through, as they were in a hurry to save the girl's father and other people from the bloody mine. Lai Sin's relative explained that he did not want them to die, since the mine was very dangerous. He said that everyone who went there never returned. The survivors were those who turned back on her father's orders. Then the girl did not waste any more time talking. She sent her leopard high up and jumped over the lion on which the man was sitting. The leopard was so strong that he did it easily. Together, Van Lonsen and Yen Vu stood near the entrance to the mine. Strange sounds were coming from there and hot air was spewing out. It seemed as if some huge fiery dragon was breathing there. The girl was very brave and until then she was the first in everything. So the young man thought that he needed to take leadership into his own hands, and not hide behind her back. The leopard jumped straight down onto the ledge in front of the abyss. The beast was not afraid of the flames escaping from below. He became alert and sensed great danger. The young man prepared his body to face great danger. He thought that he had to protect his little sister at all costs. He developed a protective aura. The guy said there was something down there. The leopard froze, not wanting to take another step. The girl shouted at the beast, causing him to stop. The animal began to growl and bare its teeth, but did not want to go further. The beauty got off him and came up to stroke him between the ears. She quietly told the beast that if he didn't want to, he could wait for them. The girl told the young man, or he had not changed his mind about going with her. The guy said that he would not let her alone under any circumstances. The two of them slowly descended, using the blue umbrella technique, which created a field of impenetrable protection. They held hands and fell through the air. Suddenly something went wrong, they were disconnected, their connection with the umbrella was lost. A red whirlwind swirled around them. The umbrella flew to the side. They didn't see each other. Suddenly, the bloody dog rushed after the young man in a large stream. He was without an umbrella. The bloody seal burned his back. The skin on the guy's back turned red from the care. The girl was worried about her brother and shouted to him how he was. His partner sent him an umbrella that provides protection from red dogs. But she herself was left without him. As soon as the umbrella opened over the teenager, he received impenetrable protection from the bloody rays of the demon. He concentrated his energy and heard the 16th sound of his body, which means he is at the 16th stage. Just at this moment, the red tongue slashed across Sister Van Lansen's body. She screamed in pain, she got hit in the arm. The young man rushed towards her with all his might, creating an impenetrable field around himself. The guy picked up the girl and put her head on his lap. An umbrella was opened above them, protecting them from attacks. The young man told her to stay here while he went to look for her father. The girl began to worry about him. She said that he could not cope, since the energy of the bloody demon was very strong. But our hero did not listen to her to the end. He knew that every minute was precious. He shouted to her as he ran away, that she was here and he would be back soon. The young man was approaching the most dangerous place in the mine, the altar. The red hand had already crawled out to grab him and drag him into the liquid lava. The girl watched from afar. A cry of horror escaped her when she saw the demon's huge hand. The hand grabbed the young man's body, holding it tightly between its fingers. The demon wanted to devour him, taking his life. It seemed that in another moment all life would be sucked out of the guy's body by this terrible evil energy. Suddenly, with the last of his strength, the guy tore the red shackles to shreds. The red creature began to attack the young man again. This time she hit him painfully, throwing him onto large stones. The boy hit the edge of the stones painfully in the exact place where the wound was. Our hero thought that it seemed to him as if someone was controlling this energy. He decided that he needed to absorb all the energy in order to defeat it. It was a bloody demon. Its energy burns out hearts and destroys bones. The young man knew that if he relaxed for a second, death awaited him. The girl lay under a protective umbrella and was worried about taking the guy with her to such a dangerous place. Yen Vu's body was tense as he tried to absorb the red energy. He shouted to his sister not to think about approaching him, since he was absorbing this power and did not know how it would work. The beauty shouted to the guy that he must definitely cope with this, since if he dies, she will not be able to live without him. The girl was very ill, her whole body was covered in wounds. At this time, at the entrance to the mine, a relative of Lai Sin blocked the path of another warrior who wanted to get there. It was Jan's senator. He arrived riding a shaggy buffalo with large horns. The man was armed and shouted that if something happened to his sister, he would not forgive Lai Sin. He hit the one blocking his path and quickly moved on, shouting as he walked that that guy was pathetic. Then the new prison warden suddenly appeared and took aim at the brave guy. He said how could he not listen to his order, not to go into the mine. The blow was dealt by the boss, and the young man withstood it, defending himself with his weapon. Jansen said that his sister is still in the mine and he cannot sit idly by. Then the boss, hearing the name of Van Loan Sin, whom her father ordered him to look after, allowed the brave young man to proceed to the bloody mine. The daredevil rode his buffalo to the entrance to the mine. He had a stag in his hands. He dismounted the animal and walked to the edge of the shaft. He decided to jump down there. The animal remained on the surface. Two people, a son and a father, who watched this, exchanged words about the daredevil. The son said that this is against the rules and it is very dangerous. The father said that they have no right to restrain the warrior. At this time, in the bloody mine, the girl felt a little better. She was still under the umbrella of protection. Suddenly she saw the daredevil Jansen, who was approaching her. The girl blocked his way. She said that Yen Vu was already fighting the demon. The guy said he didn't know any brother with that name. The guy looked and saw our hero sitting surrounded by red evil energy. The daredevil thought what was wrong with that guy's body, it was resistant to the demon's energy. At this time, in his mind, our hero was a sea dragon turtle. Using this technique, he surrounded himself with the sea element and did not feel the heat that was around him in reality. Two elements fought in him, one was his defense, water, and the other, which attacked him, fire. The bloody hand fought the sea dragon. From their contact, rays of light scattered. The young man was sitting in the lotus position. He put his hands forward, placing one above the other. He knew that refining demonic energy allowed him to advance to the top of the warrior level. The girl and the daredevil Jansen stood and looked at Yen Vu. The daredevil was surprised that the guy was only a warrior level, but he could cope with such an evil force. At this time, our hero was approaching the altar. Without stopping at high speed, surrounded by sea waves, Yen Vu dived into the bloody mass. It turned out that there was still space under the layer of blood and it was free. In the middle, tied with many chains, sat a demon in the form of a man. The body of Van Lansen's father lay in front of him. The young man rushed to him, calling him Uncle Van. At that moment, one of the demon's eyes opened slightly and glowed bright red. The guy squatted down, sweat poured out of him. He thought about the powerful energy coming from the demon. The demon sat chained with many chains. On his chest was a glowing sign that had an inscription. Some powerful glow emanated from her. The demon prayed for the young man to free him. In return, the evil spirit promised to teach him secret martial arts. The teenager answered how he could do this if he could barely stand on his feet. Gradually the guy felt that the pressure had decreased. The demon told the young man that in this place, if he decides that the guy will live, then he will remain alive, but if he wants him to die, he will die. The guy said that the man who was lying in front of him was very influential and that the lives of all the people here depended on him. The young man asked how to free him. The demon ordered to break the chains. The young man thought that perhaps this man was chained here for a reason. He told the demon that he must fulfill his 3 conditions. The bloody old man was indignant at how a young youth could tell him, the great master. All the energy was revived again with renewed vigor, and Yen Vu fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, his body experiencing great tension. He told the demon that he was completely in his hands. The young man said that he may have to wait a long time before someone wants to free him, so the young man needs guarantees that he will not kill him. The demon thought. At this time, the young man took advantage of the hitch and used the 9th secret and the dragon turtle technique at the same time. His body tensed with intensity, the energy of his ancestors activated within him. The demon thought that this guy was using unusual martial arts, his body was capable of absorbing the energy of the blood demon, Could he be somehow related to the blood demon? The young man thanked the higher powers for his help, his level rose, and he became a conqueror. The new level was still very low for fighting a demon. The bloody old man shouted at our hero that he could kill him like a chicken, but let the young man name his 3 conditions. The demon had been chained for a very long time, ever since the emperor had chained him. The guy said 3 simple conditions to the old man. First, after liberation, the demon will not be able to kill the liberator. Second, the demon will protect him for some time. Third, he will free the head of the prison. The young man stood in front of the old man. The bloody monster said that he accepted the first and third conditions, but did not agree with the second. The young man asked why he did not want to protect him. The bloodsucker's red eyes widened even wider and he said that he was not worthy of being protected by a spirit like him. Then the young man continued bargaining and said that he was just a prisoner here and his death did not mean anything. He showed that he was indifferent to his fate. The demon replied that in return he could teach him secret martial arts techniques and would fulfill his first and third wishes. The young man said that we must start with the third condition. We must release the boss of Van, the father of the beautiful Lan Xin, otherwise the contract will fall apart. In an instant, as soon as the bloody demon said that the man was free, the Red Hand immediately took the warden and carried him up to the place where the girl and daredevil Jan Sun was. Our hero shouted into the hole that had formed in the bloody mass, telling his sister to take her father out of here quickly and not let anyone else in here. The Red Hand threw the body of the prison warden into the hands of the daredevil. The girl quickly ran up to her father. She said that the brave man would quickly take her father to the first aid station. She would stay here for now. No matter how hard the warrior tried to persuade her to go with him, the beauty refused. She shouted that she would wait for Yen Vu. The daredevil said it was very touching. But a minute later the warrior did it his way. Without permission, he took and slightly knocked out the girl, putting her in a sleepy state. He then lifted the warden and her body onto himself and carried them both out. At this time, the young man was supposed to begin to free the demon. The young man asked how he should break the chains that bound the old man. There were a lot of them and they all burned with red fire. A daredevil appeared on the surface of the earth from the entrance to the mine, carrying a girl in his arms and the warden on his back. The warrior was met by the assistant chief and his son. Suddenly the entrance to the mine began to increase in size. More and more demonic energy came out from there. All people were ordered to retreat. A messenger was also sent to the emperor's palace with the news. The young man gained momentum to approach the demon with great speed in order to break his chains. He began to smash them, so that a strong noise of breaking metal could be heard there. The young man had a feeling that it was not he who was doing this, the demonic force controlled his body so much. The young man thought that if this went on any longer, no medicine would help him. The demon rejoiced. For so many years he had been chained with chains that rubbed his old body, but now he was free. The last links of the chains remained that kept him here. The earth began to move, and the young man was carried to the surface. It arose from the splitting of rock, which moved, emitting a loud grinding sound of stone on stone, slab on slab. Suddenly the sound of rushing water forced the guy to open his eyes. It was a lotus flower that glowed with its purity. There was a thick yellow substance at the center of it. The guy stood up and looked around. This was Swan's regenerative energy. The young man remembered how something had always called to him, ever since he descended into the bloody mine. He took and swallowed the substance. A moment later, the young man felt new energy enter his body. This was an average level of spiritual energy. Now our hero had the opportunity to react within a radius of 3 li to anything, without even opening his eyes. The lotus brought him to a new level. Whatever it is, it will give him something unusual. It will be created during the rebirth of energy. The guy was near a clean source that originates from the very center of the earth. He wanted to get some water. Suddenly, there was a noise and chains, and the place where the demon was sitting appeared from the water. The young man looked at the formation that appeared on the water, and the realization came to him of how it all worked. He realized that he had unraveled the true nature of the creation of demonic blood. Getting out of the ground was not as difficult as escaping the influence of a skinny old man. The young man had little time, since the demon could free himself. The young man decided to go back down. The old man was holding on to the last two chains. He said how brave the young man was to appear before him again. The young man told him that he had found the essence of the creature and could get him out of this trap. The youth said the appearance of the bloody pit had led to chaos in the prison. The pit is constantly increasing in size, occupying more and more new territories. The demon closed his eyes and was lost in his thoughts. Then he said that he agreed to any of his conditions if the guy immediately broke the formation and helped him escape. The young man had to receive guarantees of his life. He told the old man to swear, and if he breaks the oath, then his ancestors will not be able to be reborn. The bloody demon couldn't bear his situation anymore. The elder shouted that he agreed. His eyes opened and looked like two narrow scarlet stripes on his face. The young man enjoyed his triumph. He liked that now everything depended on him. The demon was impatient. Our hero swung his sword with all his might and hit the formation right in its center. Pieces of the object fell into the water. The guy broke it. At this moment, stones began to fall down. The young man managed to jump up using the high-speed jump technique. The bloody demon was without chains. He raised his bony hands up and shouted that he was free. He said his name. This name was Van Zhu Chun. Everything continued to fall apart. Suddenly the demon sank to the ground and extended his hand to our hero. The skinny man told the young man to get him out of here. The young man stopped and turned towards the old man's cry. He said that the demon was so strong. The guy didn't understand what happened to the monster's power. The bony old man got angry and shouted at the boy to shut up or he would kill him. At this time, on the surface of the earth, the Van Lonsen girl and her uncle were standing on the edge of the bloody pit. She waited for our hero to come out of the ground. The guy suggested that he might already be dead. But the girl was angry with the man. She put a spear to his throat and told him to be silent and not to prophesy. The boss began to justify what he said, what he was thinking at that moment. The beauty became very thoughtful and said that my uncle was not worthy of our hero. The warrior said that he knew the girl's god-brother, insulted one of the nobles and was punished for it. Suddenly, the beauty joyfully screamed her brother's name when she saw Yen Vu, who jumped out of the bloody pit, carrying a skinny old man. He landed on the ground and the demon climbed off his back. Suddenly, guards appeared here and were ordered to capture the criminal prisoner Yen Vu. The girl screamed that they had no right to arrest him. The guy who gave the order explained that her brother was a prisoner in Section 68, and they were in Section 8, which meant she was hiding him. The chief shouted to the guards to seize the young man. The security began to approach the young man. Then the sister stood in front of the young man and covered him with herself. She said that if anyone came close to him, they would get hurt. The brave beauty turned to the guard commander and said that she would take full responsibility upon herself. The young boss pointed his finger at her and shouted that she was sheltering a criminal, thereby committing a crime. Here our hero intervened in their dispute. He said that he carried out her order and saved her father, which means now he can go to his 68th department. The girl realized that her brother wanted to turn suspicion and punishment away from her. The sister told the guy that when her father gets better, he will figure everything out and everyone will be grateful to him for saving him. Yen Vu greeted his sister's uncle and told him to take care of her, and he had to leave. After these words, the girl, the youth and the skinny old man sat on the leopard and galloped away. It all happened so quickly that the beauty's uncle was unable to do anything. He said that he would kill Yen Vu. After some time, the girl and the boy dismounted from the leopard, and only the old man remained sitting on its back. The girl told the guy that she would accompany him to Department 68 and stay there for a day. Brother and sister walked next to the leopard and talked. The guy said that she is the boss in the 8th department and cannot spend time in the 68th department, especially since no one will touch him with his skills. After some time they arrived at the place. The young man said that it was time for her to return. The skinny old man climbed down from the leopard to the ground, the young man supported him. The girl hesitated to say goodbye, she wanted to stay with the young man. The beauty spent so much time with our hero that she became very sad, as she realized that she definitely needed to return to her father. She told him to speak up if someone offends him. The skinny old man climbed to the top of the plateau, and from top to bottom he watched as the girl mounted her faithful leopard to gallop off into the distance. At the last moment, the beauty asked the guy why he left the bloody pit with the old man. The young man suggested that she not tell anyone about the identity of this old man, it would be better for all of them. He suggested a legend that it was one of the prisoners who fell down while they were opening the mine. The beauty was very worried about the guy, but she could no longer be with him. She told him to be careful and take care of himself. Finally, the young man waved his hand to her, and she turned around and looked at him for a long time until her leopard began to pick up speed. When they were left alone with the old man, the boy told him about who the demon should now be. He is a prisoner who cannot speak because he is afraid that he has fallen into a bloody pit. Approaching the settlement, Yen Vu and the elders saw that some big guy was beating Sun Doi's blonde friend lying on the ground. The thug called the guy names, saying that he was a weakling. The child shouts that when the master returns, he will punish the offenders. The goon says that now everyone obeys him, and there is no longer any master. Suddenly, the voice of the one for whom they were remembered was heard. Yen Vu said that he came to take revenge. The thug turned around and saw our hero. The villain was confident in his abilities. A joyful child's cry was heard. The thug said that the young man would repeat what he said. The visitor said that he would kneel if the offender kissed his great-grandfather on the ass. Then the guy could not stand the insults, swung his hand and wanted to strike the master in the face. The thug shouted that he would knock out all the teeth. Our hero intercepted the attacker's blow by using the clear ring technique, which created a protective field against the attack. The brute could not withstand the resistance and fell off his feet, flying back a couple of meters. The little girl clapped her hands, she was very happy that her master dealt with the offender so quickly. Two prisoners, supporting the thug, took him to the first aid station. Brother Yen Vu brought his brother Sun Doi into the house and put him on the bed. He was very bad, and we had to give him some water, which our hero collected from a spring in the bloody pit. The blonde friend, feeling a surge of strength, asked what kind of water it was. The young man said that this is spiritual water from an underground spring, which speeds up the healing of wounds. At this time, a bony old man entered the house and asked why there were so many people here. Our hero said that Sun Doi is his brother and friend, and the little girl is his servant. The old man shouted at the young man to kick them out, as they might be disturbing him. Sun Doi and the baby got scared of the old man. Our hero quietly told the demon that the only person who bothers anyone in the house is him. The young man stood in front of the bony man and repeated to him that he needed to be kicked out of here. The elder hissed that he had not decided to die in an hour. The young man was not afraid and said that he remembered his strength and respected it, but asked him to be prudent. The demon said, narrowing his eyes, that when his strength was restored, the guy would be the first one he would kill. Yen Vu realized that the demon's promises were worthless. The young man asked the old man to do whatever he wanted with him, but not touch his friend and the child. The guy firmly told the skinny old man to leave the house, as he would be training. A few minutes later, our hero was already sitting in the lotus position and regaining his strength, when suddenly Chernish ran up to him from the side. The dog crawled up to him and took a small jug of water from the source. The young man did not have time to take the container and only shouted that the puppy should not drink the water, but the dog immediately drank a little of it. The animal enjoyed the water so much that you could hear it gurgling in its body. The owner shouted at Chernish that he was a dog named No Good. But the little animal liked the water. At this time, a military detachment approached the bloody pit. The warriors were led by Manhwa, who was the commander of the 3rd Flying Eagle Squadron. They arrived by order of the Emperor. The head of the guard of the 8th Squad met and greeted the commander. At that moment, many eagles began to circle above them. They always accompanied the warriors on campaigns and when performing tasks. The birds descended from the sky and turned out to be very large. Manhwa, stroking the eagle, said that by order they would help deal with the demon and the wolves. He asked to be taken to the bloody pit. The chief reported to the military commander that the prison commander had dealt with the demonic pit, although he himself was seriously injured. Manhwa was very angry, because according to his information, the bosses disappeared into the abyss, and if they are alive and everything worked out, then the royal secret may be known to someone. Here the girl's uncle Van Lonsin intervened in the conversation, who said that some prisoners survived and escaped, that is, they could find out the secret. Having learned this, the commander ordered them to be brought to him. At this time, in Yen Vu's house, friends and the elder sat and regained their strength. Suddenly, along the road leading to the house, many people appeared and approached the house. The son of the girl's uncle, Lonsin, rode ahead of everyone on a lion. The chief overseer of the 68th Department showed him the way. The boss shouted why the criminal lived in such a huge house. A little girl ran out of the house and blocked the way. She said that the master should not be disturbed. The warden struck the ground near the child with his whip. The head of security told the child how dare he block their path. Saying this, he struck the whip near the baby's head. At that moment Blackie jumped forward and bared his teeth. The dog managed to jump high and hit the chief of the guards on the cheek with his claws. The young man sitting in front on the lion called Blackie. It was the girl's uncle, Van Lonsin, who, waving his sword, wounded the dog. Poor Chernish fell and began to whine in pain. The child rushed to the small animal to help. The young man sitting in front shouted to the others to kill anyone who stood in their way. Hearing the noise, Yen Vu came out of the house and asked his uncle if he could find out what they were doing here. The man shouted that the young man deserved to die for attacking the boss. The little servant rushed and blocked the young man. She said they would have to go through it first. To which the enemy said that prisoners should not have servants, and if they are disturbed, then force will be used against them. The order was given to capture both and destroy this house. Suddenly an earthquake began and all the soldiers who surrounded the house fell to the ground. Someone's voice said that they would find their death. Even the Van Lonsin girl's relative fell off his lion and ended up on the ground. The other warriors fell to the ground with white foam coming out of their mouths. The frightened uncle said 2 words, "Royal champion." He was all cowardly with fear. Yen Vu approached Chernish, took him by the paws, lifted him a little, and looked into his eyes. The owner took the puppy in his arms and said that they would take revenge for everything. The young man looked at the fleeing people who ran from their screaming. The little blackie growled at them one last time. When our hero entered the house, he told the old man that after a while people would return with help, and this could be dangerous for him. The skinny old man replied that he was not afraid of anyone. To which the young man said that he would keep the bony old man company. He knew that the royal champions were very strong and worthy opponents. Then the young man approached Chernish, who was wounded. Our hero offered the elderly man water from an underground source for recovery. He drank the water and choked on it. The boy realized when he looked into the small jug that the old man had used all the water. At this time, the royal champions were approaching the house where our hero lived. Driving ahead, showing the way, were the sisters' uncle Van Lonsin and his son. Commander Men Helan flew behind them on a large eagle. The uncle's son shouted to the commander of the 3rd Flying Eagle Squadron that there were criminals in the house. His father told his son that if he was so indecisive, he would forever remain a wimp. The first to line up in front of the house were a dozen overseers with whips, followed by archer warriors. The command to pay attention was heard, and all the soldiers raised their weapons. Dozens of arrows flew into Yen Vu's house. But a bloody hand appeared from the door, which blocked the path of the arrows. It created a field of protection that all the arrows turned around and flew back to the archers. The warriors were struck by their own arrows, they rained down on them from the sky when they least expected it. Many warriors and wardens were struck to death by arrows, and many were wounded. The chief's son's horse bolted out of fright and he, unable to stay in the saddle, fell. But he remained alive. The commander of the 3rd Flying Eagle Squadron became very angry. He picked up a sword and pointed the big bird directly at Yen Vu's house. The house exploded from a barrage of fire. Its roof was blown away, only half of the walls remained standing. The people who were in the house were not injured, but they were all already visible at a glance. The Men Helan commander was still on his eagle when the bony old man looked at him with an angry gaze. Suddenly the military commander's face distorted and he felt ill. His eagle began to fall to the ground. Our hero stood nearby and was amazed at what powerful energy this skinny old man possessed. He thought that if he had such power, he would not allow the shame of his family and would take revenge for them. The commander, sitting on the ground near the fallen eagle, asked in a bow, or he could find out the name of the Lord. He was very humble because he saw the unusual strength of the enemy. The demon replied that the commander had no need to know the name, since all the warriors and he personally could become his snack. The bony old man watched the commander humiliate himself. His warbird was on the ground and could not rise. The military man said that it was a mistake and let everything remain in the past. The blood demon said that even his white-browed king would not dare to negotiate with him. The commander said that the white-browed eagle king lived 100 years ago. He was the best warrior of the dynasty, so even the emperor called him his teacher. Then the commander gave an order to the head of the prison to improve the conditions of this prisoner. The girl's uncle replied that he understood and they did not want to cross the line. The uncle said that he would prepare wine and food, even sacred water, so that the prisoners could regain their strength. To which the old man replied that this was a tempting offer. Then the old man left. Commander Men Helan looked at the young man carefully, but did not say anything. An experienced man decided to quickly get out of here. A minute later, a large eagle carried away the commander on its back. The birds, one by one, took off into the sky. The little maid approached her master and said that the military were not grateful people. Blonde-haired Sun Doi approached his friend Yen Vu and said that the old man was really very strong and if he regained his strength to the end, it could end badly for them. The young people then, after consulting, decided that the demon was still strong, but he was old, and they were young and the power was behind them. The servant girl also supported them. The little girl took Chernish in her arms and pressed him to her. She thought that Master Yen Vu would become the strongest. They all headed into the house. From that time on, our hero began to train with even greater diligence. His consciousness strengthened, his body became like steel. The young man tirelessly improved his family's techniques. These are his thunder strikes. Sweat poured out of him during training. The boy also did not forget the acquired skills and techniques of the sea dragon turtle, which were stronger than he could imagine. Suddenly, the distinguished guest visited the humble home of prisoner Yen Vu with his presence. The commander told him that the old man had managed to escape and believed that his family would restore their good name. Our hero said that he was surprised by the visit of the military commander. Manhwa had a hidden purpose for his appearance. The boss said, trying to be friendly so that the young man would not be angry that he did not help when the boy's family met their misfortune. It turned out that the young man's father and the commander were friends. Once upon a time they swore allegiance to each other. When a problem arose in the family, the young man's father asked his friend not to interfere. The boss said that his father was the best person he knew. The boy thanked the big military commander for his help. After everything, Manhwa asked the guy what happened today. The soldier asked at the end if he understood correctly that this old man was inside the bloody pit. The guy answered the question in the affirmative. Then the commander went to the door and said that he was in a hurry to report this. He added as he walked that he would be well taken care of. The young man wondered if the commander really came here to ask about the bloody pit. Somehow he didn't believe in his honest intentions. The commander quickly mounted his war eagle, which soared into the sky. He thought that the guy looked so reckless and his father would have an easier life without him. The commander thought that he should use this boy and this whole situation to further advance his military career. The next day, when the hematite search robot was in full swing, the friends found a large stone. One of the overseers approached his friends and ordered Yen Vu to go to Sector 7. From these words, Sun Doi immediately became very sad and shouted that this was a mistake, because Sector 7 contained only bandits and murderers. The warden shouted that this was an order from the authorities from above. Our hero stopped his blonde friend, who wanted to say something else to the overseers. The young man calmly said that he understood everything and was already going to pack his things. Only one question was swirling in his head, whose order was it either DJI in or Manhwa? Sun Doi's friend suggested that the area belonged to the black gorillas, so he would go with his friend Yen Vu. The servant girl also said that she would follow the master. Our hero cheerfully told his friends not to worry about him, but rather to stick together, because he has a plan. Misty Wolves Mountain Prison Sector 7 was a very gloomy place, even plants did not grow here, except for one grass. The warden led our hero to a crowd of prisoners, who were all disgusting scoundrels here. These guys began to discuss the new prisoner, who they thought was one of them, a murderer. This is the order the warden received when he brought a young man to the three killers. He said that this is a guy from Sector 68 who beat up the leaders there, so we need to take good care of him. When the warden left, one of the three prisoners said that the warden said so specifically on someone's orders. The freak our hero once beat was from their gang, the Black Gorillas. The guys came closer and closer to Yen Vu, surrounding him from all sides. They said that his rank was not as great as they thought. The young man told the three guys not to trust rumors. He is very weak, how can he beat someone? One of the guys suggested that they could negotiate if the Yen Vu guy would do some favors for them while they were on vacation, in which case they would leave him alone. All three agreed with what their partner said. But the young man told the trio that he was not into such entertainment, and if they liked doing this with someone, then he could correct it. One of the trio, the one who made the vile proposal, told him not to disgrace himself. He asked who would speak first. The guy approached our hero and extended his hand. He wanted to take the new prisoner by the shoulder. Suddenly the young man caught his hand and applied an elbow hold, so that their elbows touched and hit each other painfully. Then the young man threw him in such a way that the prisoner did a somersault in the air and hit the stones painfully. Our hero said that he is a man, not a woman. The big brute who hit the stone stood up and leaned on the rock. He said that the young man was a slave like them. The new prisoner told the three villains that he would see how long they could last. He armed himself with a shovel, which he picked up on the ground. There were already 4 attackers. They surrounded the young man. The young man made a circular motion, striking with a shovel in a circle, so that all opponents got hit in the face. Then he changed tactics, flying over the attackers along with the strike. All this time one person was watching him. He stood on a plateau that overlooked the place where the fight took place. It was the leader of the Bundy, who was waiting for his rival. The young man successfully attacked all opponents. Some of them had broken arms and legs. None of them could withstand the young man's blows. Yen Vu's protective aura glowed from the spiritual energy that was flowing into his body. He told his opponents to come closer and prove who they were. Suddenly, a fat man armed with a sledgehammer began running straight towards the guy from the cliff. It was the protector of black gorillas, nicknamed Mountain Dune. The fat man immediately swung his sledgehammer at the young guy, shouting that he would crush him like a cockroach. Our hero, concentrating energy in his hand, created a protective field from the fat man's formidable weapon. The sledgehammer froze in the air for a moment and then flew away under the influence of his force. The young man repelled the attack from the air. The blow hit a high rock. All the people who saw it were amazed how the young man could do this. Yen Vu looked in the direction where the air attack might have come from and saw another fighter. It was a young man with green hair, his bangs covering half of his face. He was determined and had a weapon in his hands. Approaching, the enemy said that the new guy was very strong. He was just wasting his time. This was the 4th defender of Sector 7. He suggested to our hero that he become one of the defenders of the prison in this territory, and this would raise his status. The young man said that this sounds good, but why doesn't his boss want to work under him? Because he is handsome and stronger than a black gorilla. At which the 4th defender became very angry and shouted that the new guy considered himself stronger than all the defenders of the 7th sector. The guy with green hair was furious at the impudence of the visiting guest. While our hero was talking to the young man, an arrow was fired at him from the opposite side, which the young man successfully noticed and turned in the opposite direction. He said the enemy leaves him no choice. Then the young man with green hair shouted that he would open the newcomer's heart. He picked up a shovel and began to attack Yen Vu. The young man parried the blow, breaking the weapon in half with one blow of his palm. The enemy wondered what to do now. The 4th defender of the 7th sector owned the green snake style. He decided to use this fighting technique. The guy folded his hands in the appropriate manner and began to attack again. The enemy tried to reach with his quick movements Yen Vu, who managed to evade. The battle moved into a new stage. Our hero also had to do something to resist the enemy. His blows became fast. Our hero decided to use blue energy of protection. He created a ball between his hands and threw it at his attacker. He disappeared behind a cloud of dust and small stones. The prisoners watching the battle realized that Yen Vu had defeated this sector defender as well. The new guest stood at the bottom of a high rock. On its top stood the boss of Sector 7, a black gorilla. The man was of enormous size. He folded his hands in front of him, carefully watching what was happening below. He shouted in a hoarse voice to the young man that he wanted to fight with him. The guy showed the boss a sign used in gladiator fights, a finger down, which meant death for the enemy. The leader croaked that as soon as the young man climbed the mountain, their battle would begin. Since he could see the crowd of prisoners that was approaching the young man. There were many dozens of gang members there, all of them were very dangerous. The young man told the boss that maybe he should stop using others. The guerrilla leader gave his subordinates the command to attack. They all rushed towards the young man, overtaking each other. In their hands were sticks and shovels held high. They all shouted obscenities. The young man turned in their direction, creating a blue energy ball with his hands. He gathered all his energy, deciding to use the sea dragon turtle technique. The young man created a high wave behind him, which was supposed to fall on dozens of advancing prisoners. They were all amazed to see this. None of them had such abilities before. The wave rushed towards the attackers. They were all in the water, battling the elements. The young man told those who managed to survive to come closer to him. 3 people got out first, among them was a girl. The beauty was with a whip in her hand. She rushed to the guy with the words that she wanted to test his strength. This girl was the 3rd defender of the 7th sector. She entered into battle with the young man. Then the main defender of the killer sector, a bald man, emerged from the water and immediately joined the attack against the guy. The 2 of them began to advance on Yen Vu. Our hero fought off enemies using all his strength. But the main defender of the sector attacked him and wounded him with a knife. A prisoner laughed and shouted that no one could defend himself forever. The young man, concentrating his remaining efforts on activating the reserves of spiritual energy in his chest, which, with blue rays, created his protective field and repelled the attacks of his opponents. Our hero realized that he had activated his second wind. But to the villain behind the young man, it seemed that he had opened up. Then he attacked the young man from behind along with another accomplice. Then Yen Vu repelled their attack, using his second assault strike on them and pinning them to the rock, which was about 5 meters away from him. Their bodies hit the foot of the mountain with great force. The main defender of the sector, together with the girl, again rushed at the young man. The girl threw a net at the guy to catch animals. It's good that our hero noticed her insidious trap in time and created protection. The girl attacked the young man with her whip in close combat. The guy again successfully fought off her attacks, striking her with a powerful blow. Suddenly the young man felt that someone else appeared behind him. It was the boss himself, the black gorilla. He swung a powerful club at the guy. It seemed that he put all his strength into this movement. Yen Vu managed to cross his arms on top of his head, creating a defense. The boss's club, hitting the young man's protective field, flew to the side. But at the same time, the young man's strength left him. The guy's body went into the ground and was covered almost half with stones. The boss came up to him and said how dare he compete with his gang of killers. All the prisoners began to tell the boss not to talk, but to finish the guy off quickly. But the leader of the black gorillas hesitated. He wanted to teach the guy a lesson. The girl, who was the 3rd defender of Sector 7, said that they cannot just let the young man die, but they need to show him the torments of hell. The leader clasped his hands in front of him and shouted for everyone to fight the young man and put him down. The girl told the 2 guys who were standing not far from her to start. At the same time, she smiled maliciously. Our hero was still covered with stones up to half of his body, so that he could not even move. 4 prisoners came very close to him and surrounded him. Yen Vu tried again and again to regain his strength. But his concentration did not reach the required level. The body did not obey, the spiritual strength dried up. My head hurt a lot. Suddenly a dog barked somewhere and was quickly approaching the young man. It was Chernish. The small animal stood in front of the young man, protecting him, and barked at his enemies. The owner was delighted with his pet and stroked it. The little blackie looked at the young man and wagged his tail. He was also very happy to meet. The black gorilla laughed and said that it was just a puppy that would just soon become their lunch. 2 prisoners began to run towards the young man and the dog, in order to catch the small puppy. But the dog did not wait for this. He was the first, jumping high, and attacked the villains in turn, striking them with his paws with sharp claws. They did not expect this from the brave kid. Thanks to the fact that Chernish distracted everyone with himself, our hero regained some strength. He received the time he needed to renew his spiritual energy. But the gorilla boss was determined to turn his head off. He walked up to the young man and pressed on his head, trying to push him into the ground even more. The leader said that the dog would not be able to save his head. The young man was in great pain, he grimaced in pain. The young man realized that his strength was not yet enough. He endured the tension, overcoming himself. Suddenly, due to the intensity of his internal forces, the young man made his first attacking movement. Everyone screamed, worried for the leader to be careful. The boss was hit by a protective wave of energy. He did not expect this, counting on the fact that the guy was no longer able to fight. The little blackie hovered in the air for several moments. Yen Vu created a powerful field around himself, which tore his body out from under the rocks. He told the boss that it was time to show him the eyes of death. His energy lifted him so high above the ground, tearing his body out of the stone trap. All the prisoners were surprised by this turn of events. More than everyone else, the black gorilla boss was surprised. He looked intensely at the young man who was unharmed after so many attacks from such powerful opponents. Our hero ran up to Chernish and asked if he was okay. He petted the small animal. The dog was brave and brave. He saw that the boss wanted to attack his master again. The puppy growled in the direction where the attacker was, thereby warning of danger. The gang leader again took his club and began to approach the young man, saying that he was tired of all this and needed to end it. The boss looked very determined. His club hit the stone with a big crash as he walked towards the young man with long strides. The young man thought about it. The boss approached him and said that maybe he would change his mind and join the gang. He could become the second commander and they would manage everything together. At these words, the girl protector of Sector 7 shouted what her boss was saying. After all the prisoners wanted the guy dead, not an increase in status. But the young man showed a sign for everyone to be silent. The guy boldly approached the boss and said that even if he became the boss, he would not join them. After these words from the owner, Chernish began to growl at the gang leader. The villain suggested that maybe they could talk about this somewhere else. He was very angry, or maybe he was up to something. The young man said that he was right and if the gang leader bowed to him and barked like a dog, then the young man could forgive him. The girl, who was a protector in the gang, shouted how dare he suggest such a thing to their boss. But suddenly the boss shouted that he agreed to the conditions. All the gang members had a look of amazement on their faces that their leader could agree to such humiliation. The girl was most indignant, seeing how the boss bowed his head. The black gorilla, approaching the young man, began to bend his knees to worship. Suddenly the boss's club, which was in his hands, turned out to be raised above the guy's head. The blow could have been very powerful, as the man mustered all his strength to deliver it. The young man, sensing a trick, jumped high in the air above the club that passed under him. The boss shouted for the guy to die as he struck the next blow. The young man dodged him in the air, gathering his energy into a fist, he launched a protective wave. In his hand, the young man created an energy ball and launched it with all his strength into his opponent's chest. The man was thrown 10 meters down from the young man by the shock wave. The black gorilla recovered from the blow and walked up, slamming his club against the rocks. The young man was waiting for him to approach. The boss told the young man, "Or he really wants to end up like this." The young man answered why it bothered him so much. The gang leader's blow was expected, but its strength was such that the guy had to gather all his energy to repel it. With his two hands, Yen Vu created an energy force capable of delivering what he thought would be the final killing blow. The boy shouted that today the macaque will disappear from Sector 7 forever. From a strong blow to the chest, the thug screamed loudly and coughed up blood. His club was broken. A deep crack passed across the boss's face, it deepened and some changes began to appear from it. The boss's head turned into a gorilla's head, his arms became strong and long, his whole body was reborn. He became a big brown gorilla. This all happened in a matter of moments. The monkey was so huge that the young man next to it seemed very small and weak. The prisoners who saw this shouted that their boss had turned into a gorilla. They were all surprised. Only one girl explained this transformation of the gang leader by saying that, having reincarnated, their boss became many times stronger than before. The gorilla beat its chest, letting out a powerful scream. Our hero was perplexed how such a technique made it possible to achieve a complete transformation, or maybe the leader initially had superhuman strength that was hidden from outsiders. The brown gorilla approached the young man on all fours. The ability to speak with human voices was retained, the beast said that it would crush Yen Vu into powder. The young man quickly created an energy field with his hands that was supposed to protect him. Two opposing energies began to fight among themselves. The young man's blue rays began to deplete, becoming more and more opposed to the gorilla's energy. It occupied more and more territory around our hero. Suddenly the monkey jumped very high. She rose several tens of meters from the ground, raising her arms up, a roar burst from her chest. The young man stood below, watching the enemy. Yen Vu crossed his arms on top of his head, the blow was thrown by the gorilla with great force from above. The young man began to squirt blood from his mouth from the tension. Suddenly Chernish jumped from behind on a huge gorilla and, reaching up to the shoulder, reached the animal's muzzle. He hit the monkey on the cheek with his paw, bloody marks from the brave dog's claws remained on it. The gorilla threw Chernish off his shoulder and said that the dog was a mean little dog. But the brave dog did not think of retreating, he dodged and jumped onto the back of the huge beast and bit him. The evil animal said that Chernish wants to save his master, but the gorilla wants to kill first the owner, and then his mongrel. The cruel beast approached a large stone, which was tens of times its size. The stone was simply huge. With great difficulty the gorilla lifted it up and placed it on his head. Holding the boulder with his hands, the gorilla turned around and walked towards the young man. Our hero began to create a protective field with his hands, but here something else had to be done. The situation was becoming hopeless for the guy. The brown monkey threw a huge stone at the young man. The guy tried to make himself a protective field of blue rays. From the impact on the ground, in the place where the young man stood, a column of dust and small stones rose to the sky. It grew like a huge mushroom, so that nothing was visible. Is Yen Vu still alive? This was the question asked by everyone who stood and looked at the cloud of dust that covered everything around. The girl defender of the 7th sector stood closest to the battlefield, but she couldn't see anything. When the dust cleared, the young man approached the boss of the Black Monkeys. He was already in human form. The leader lay on the ground with his eyes wide open, his hair scattered around his head. The boss was dead. Our hero came even closer to him and said that in hell he would be more polite. All the prisoners in the sector of killers and thugs approached the killed leader to make sure he was dead. The girl, the 4th defender of the sector, approached the young man and told him to spare her. She agreed to become a servant for the young man. At these words she knelt down and looked submissive. The young man said that now he needs someone loyal to him to keep order in Sector 7. The young man further asked whether she could handle this as a girl. The prisoner shouted that she agreed. Yen Vu continued that if she can be his representative, then let her try, if not, then the guy will replace her. At this time, Chernish ran up and jumped on his master's shoulder. He was very happy. Having said these words, the young man turned around and left all the members of the Black Gorilla Bandy kneeling. In complete silence, our hero left this gorge. The little black one was still on his shoulder. The young man climbed higher and higher along the mountain serpentine. He needed to climb high into the mountains towards the sun in order to better restore his strength. The dog did not want to leave him. Having climbed to the highest point of the mountain, the young man closed his eyes and began to heal his wounds. He collected all the negativity of his body and threw it into the abyss, then sat down and began recovery. At this time, voices were heard in Li Fun's apartment. In a large room, on the table lay the carcass of a predatory animal. There were 2 people in the room, the owner and the old man, who was bending over the animal. The assistant warden told the old man that the meat of the demon wolves would help him regain his strength. Therefore, the wolf was taken not gray, as ordinary wolves were, but red, the leader of the pack. The old man understood everything. Li Fun wanted to leave, leaving the bony old man alone near the red carcass of the wolf. When suddenly his son burst into the room and shouted that everything was terrible. His father asked him sternly what he was doing here, because he was supposed to be with Manhwa. Together with the commander of the mountain eagles, his son was supposed to destroy our hero. But the young man looked at his father angrily and said that he sent Yen Vu to sector number 7, but doesn't his father know that the military commander Manhwa and the father of their enemy were formerly friends? But the acting head of the prison, Li Fun, confidently told his son that he had calculated everything and the young man would soon be convinced that he was right. The young guy agreed. The father instructed his son to report everything he knew to the boss of Tainluan and he would be pleased with the work. The guy said that he would fulfill his request. He bowed and left the room. The young man Lai Sin hoped that the daughter of the real warden of Van Lon Sin prison would soon be his bride and then become his wife. At these words, spoken to himself, his eyes sparkled. The prison governor's lofty apartments are quiet. In the bedroom there is the owner, who was recovering from what happened in the bloody pit. He slurps the soup prepared especially for his recovery. Suddenly the silence was broken by the steps of his daughter, the beautiful Van Lon Sin. She entered and immediately angrily said that Yen Vu was taken to the 7th sector of murderers and thugs. Why didn't the father allow his daughter to help the guy? To this, after a little hesitation, the boss replied that in the future it would be better for his daughter to condemn everything connected with this young man. The girl screamed as he forgot that the young man had saved his life. She said this, reproaching her father. The man tried to be calm. He sipped the soup from the bowl and said, or his daughter didn't forget, that Yen Vu disgraced his family, so he can't do anything anymore. He added that the young man is quite strong. The boss said that if his daughter went now, she would still have time to help him. The bowl was already empty. The patient now needed to rest. After some time, in the 7th sector of Killers and Thugs, on a mountain peak, our hero was sitting. For several hours in a row he regained his lost strength. Thanks to the battle with the gorilla, he opened the 177 meridians and became stronger. Blackie was next to him all this time, a brave, courageous favorite. The young man noticed his assistant girl approaching him with 2 tall guys. A few meters short of the young man, they all stopped. The prisoners bowed before the master. They greeted him. Then the assistant said that in Sector 7 no one would doubt his strength, and if this happened, the riot would be immediately suppressed. The new gang leader said that such trifles do not interest him. He sternly asked how things were going with the search for precious stones, hematites. The girl told the new boss that now the gang of black gorillas has 60 kilograms of stones, and in 2 months there will be 100 kilograms of hematites. The young leader was angry. He asked if there was a way to speed up the process. The girl said that you can challenge a prisoner who is stronger than him, and if you defeat him, you will receive 10 kilograms of stones. The new boss asked if this was the only limitation. The assistant said that this is allowed until the young man turns out to be the strongest. The young man thought about it and then told the assistant to announce to all the prisoners that if they want their sins to be forgiven, they should follow his words. The beauty told the 2 guys who were standing behind her that they could now go. When the prisoners left, the girl said that if the young man needed anything else, he could tell her. The assistant could fulfill any desire of the new leader. She was ready to do anything for such a brave and courageous guy. The young man interrupted her and told her not to even think about tenderness. After all, the woman was old enough to be his mother. At these words, the assistant became angry and began to sob. A second later, so as not to completely become limp, she turned away from the young man and began to run away. Tears and sobs washed over her with greater force, and she quickly ran away. Yen Vu thought about the main thing, because there are not many people here who can fight him. The world around him was changing, but his eyes and ears did not fail him. The guy felt someone approaching. This was a strategist living outside of Go-Ru's will. A middle-aged man with a green fan approached the young man. The guy stood up. Chernish climbed onto his shoulder. The strategist said that his words were so old-fashioned. The guy asked him if he had met Chernish before. Go-Ru said that this is not a dog, but a tiger. Our hero asked the sage why he was here. The thinker said that he needed to tell the guy about 3 things and where he should start. The young man said that he was listening carefully, but grimaced as he did so. Then the scientist told him not to make such a face. The strategist said that he studied celestial scriptures, geography, and astronomy. The strange man added that he knew nothing and could do nothing. The young man said why he was in prison. The thinker said that this was because of the books that the court did not like and offended someone. Then the young man thought that he had heard about a scientist who 10 years ago presented a disaster strategy to the court and talked about a brainwashing demon. The young man looked at the middle-aged man with a blue fan, whose face was cut with wrinkles, and thought that it could be him. A second later, the young man said that 10 years ago, a scientist in books explored the injustice of trials and then the emperor sent him to prison. The young man thought, looking at the old man, because he was young 10 years ago and was looked at as a great scientist who studied judicial processes and government. Then our hero bowed to the old man in an oriental greeting, folding his hands in front of him, and said that if his brother had been born earlier, he would certainly have become a student of the strategist Go-Ru. The scientist laughed and said that his brother was a very smart guy, he would gladly take him on as a student, testing his talents. Our hero said that the brother is a genius who appears once every 100 years and he is good at martial arts too. The strategist said that he could be a champion in martial arts. The young man said that the scientist was right. When he was 18 years old he would take part in the martial arts championship and take first place in order to save the honor of his family. The sage said that now that the young man knew who he was, he needed to return to the 3 things that he asked for. Our hero said that he listens carefully to the teacher. The strategist said that the first thing he wanted to ask was to prepare at least some meat for him today, since the man had forgotten its taste. At these words, the little black one barked at him. The guy thought that he was such an important figure, but he couldn't afford meat. Then the sage asked to live for a while with a band of black gorillas. This was his second request. The young man said that he had not slept well for so long. Then the new gang leader said, smiling, that he knew his third wish, wine and a beautiful young lady for the night to boot. The strategist shouted as the guy recognized his third request. The young man replied that it was written on his face, and he could help with it, although there might be problems with the beauty. The sage told the boss that he was more flexible than he thought. Once upon a time, the teacher had experience in the past with members of a gang of black gorillas. Yen Vu thought that this person did not seem like someone who valued honor. Could his brother admire the wrong person so much? The guy spent a lot of time talking to him, but he had to train. The young man took a shovel and began training. Jumping high, he performed a technique that had a name, Rain of Spears. The sage watched him and gave him some tips. The old man said that this move should be powerful but easy, and one should continue training to increase its potential. The young man listened to him and repeated it again and again. The words of the sage were in the young man's head, he repeated them all the time. He must be fast, like a hare, bright, like lightning, the rain appears, bringing with it a storm. This raised him to a very great height. Then there was a swift blow from heaven to earth, which was like a lightning strike. The young man's shovel hit the ground, creating a storm. There was an explosion and saws and stones fell. The strategist watched the fighter. The sage said that the young man quickly learns new things. The young man opened the container of wine and took a few sips. Blackie ran to prevent him from doing this, but he threw the dog away. Our hero continued to train hard, while Go-Ru began to run away from Chernish, making circle after circle, while he called the dog a damn dog. After some time, Yen Vu noticed that the small animal grabbed the strategist's clothes with its teeth. The boy shouted to his pet to let him go, because this is their guest, they need to behave more gently. When night fell on the ground, the strategist was sitting in an embrace with a girl who was the assistant to the boss of the black gorillas. There was a baked chicken on the table. The sage broke off a chicken leg and enjoyed the wine. At this time, that same night, in the rocks that were deserted, the leader of a pack of wolves, who could walk on 2 legs and had a bandage on his hips, approached the cave. He greeted the Wolf King. The leader of the pack said that he was asking permission to attack people with even more of his brothers. The king replied that he was asking him to break the truce agreement concluded with the people. The leader of the pack bowed and said that he would not have dared, but the people deceived the king of wolves, since they found the king's treasure, and when he tried to return it, they killed thousands of wolves. Only now the Wolf King Luan Ju appeared from the cave and asked the newcomer whether he was exactly sure of what he said. The leader said that he sensed a special spiritual energy, the magical power of TSI. The king was angry and growled why his subordinate didn't tell him about this earlier, because by absorbing this magical power, you can become many times stronger. He became angry, suspecting deception, and bit the leader. The head of the pack begged for mercy. The boss was several times his size. The king told him to lead him. If the spiritual power of TSI does not reach him today, then the leader will become his snack. People and wolves met in a wide gorge. A large flock of wolves, which numbered thousands of brothers, was led by the wolf king Luanju. People were riding on different animals, eagles were soaring in the sky. On the main eagle was the military commander of the emperor's guards. The chief commander asked the king why he came to their territory and whether he was going to break the truce agreement. The king jumped forward and all the wolves followed him. All the other animals ran away, frightened by this, or reared up, so that their riders, unable to resist, ended up on the ground. Then the Wolf King approached the chief and growled in his hoarse voice to give him what was rightfully his, or he would destroy everyone. The leader of the people replied that there was nothing here that belonged to him, and if he decided to disturb the king-level elder from the demon pit, then none of them would live to see tomorrow. The king of the Grey Brothers said that in this case, now we will see whether people are as strong as they think. He howled with a piercing howl. Hundreds of wolves began to run towards people past him. The leader of the people told the archers to prepare to attack. They all drew their bows. One moment and hundreds of arrows flew at the wolves. The prisoners of the prison heard the howl of a wolf, which echoed across the mountains. They were all afraid. One man said that the last time many prisoners were killed when the wolves attacked, they had to save themselves. People began to run, but the wolves moved many times faster. They jumped on people several at a time and gnawed people's throats. Our hero watched this from afar. He stood on the plateau above. Yen Vu rushed to the aid of the prisoners and killed several grey wolves at once with one storm blow. He began to worry about Van Lansen's sister and baby Chernish. But as soon as the young man killed a dozen wolves that were around, dozens of other evil grey wolves appeared from behind the rocks, led by 3 red ones. They had a higher level than their brothers. At this time, in the high apartments of the prison governor, the daughter, talking with her father, asked him not to go to battle with the wolves yet, since the father was still very weak, but he did not listen to his daughter's advice. The girl invited her father to go instead, but he strictly forbade her to do so. He was dressed in military gear and ready to leave. The daughter was very alarmed by his condition. Van Tenlona mounted his shaggy horned bull and took his sword from the servant's hands. When he left, Van Lansen said quietly that she would not let him down. The prison warden shouted to the warriors who were accompanying him to fight with him and kill all the demonic wolves. All the guards who stood in front of Chief Van Tenlona raised their hands up and shouted that they would kill the wolves. At this time, the girl who was standing behind her father called her leopard and jumped on it. While her father was not looking, she rushed off along another road to the gorge where the battle with the wolves was taking place. At the same time, having had his fill of red wolf meat, the demonic elder was sitting in the apartment of Li Fun, the deputy head of the prison, and thought that the battle between people and wolves was not his business. The elder thought that he needed to find the young man Yen Vu, return the Zanga to him and accept him as a disciple. Suddenly the son of the owner of the house ran up to him and said that the Wolf King was going to the demonic pit for treasure. But the bony old man did not even want to listen to the young man Lai Sin. He began to walk away. Then the guy handed him a small box with the words that this was a spiritual pill that would help him. The young man made a gift for the elder and asked to be his disciple. The demonic elder immediately took a sip of the medicine and said that he would accept him as a disciple for a while and teach him some techniques. There were many bodies of people and wolves on the battlefield. Commander Men Helan was sitting near his eagle lying on the ground. He looked confused. The bird could not rise into the air. The leader of the people approached him, knelt down and bowed his head, and he said that almost all the warriors had been destroyed by wolves. The warrior leaned on his sword. He was very tired. The last 2 overseers stood back to fight off the evil grey creatures that surrounded them on all sides. The 2 of them encouraged each other, saying that they would kill the demonic wolves. Suddenly, help appeared, a detachment led by the warden of the Van Ten Lona prison, who rode on his horned bull, brandishing a sword. Immediately the warriors entered the battle, killing the wolves. At the same time, the girl Van Lon Sin drove up to the place where brother Yen Vu was fighting with a pack of wolves. She sat on her leopard and was armed with a spear. Seeing the young man, she was afraid for him. Wolves surrounded our hero on all sides in a circle. With his hands he created a field that threw them aside, but there were so many of them that he barely had time to react to all their attacks. When the young man saw the girl, he was happy about it and smiled. His strength increased, so he dealt with all the wolves quickly. The girl also smiled back at him. Suddenly, an unexpectedly large wolf jumped on the beauty. She was not taken aback and pierced him with her spear. After that, she raised her spear up and said that they would kill all the demonic wolves. Her leopard was near her. Our hero noted that there were more and more wolves. A dozen prisoners joined the young man. The young man loudly shouted to them that if people kill all the wolves, then everyone will be given 3 well-fed days as a gift. The boss's assistant girl was also there. All the people perked up and rushed at the wolves when they approached them. One prisoner shouted that wolves are weak animals and there is nothing to be afraid of them. Our hero threw his blue energy lightning, which threw the animals to the sides, injuring and killing them. The girl decided to jump on her leopard closer to him. Suddenly, high above her, behind her back, the mouth of a huge wolf, who was the leader of the pack, opened. If it weren't for the leopard's speed, the beast would have grabbed Van Lon Sin in the death grip of its jaws. In the mouth of the evil animal there was some kind of blue glow, with which he could attack his victim. It was a beam emanating from its mouth. Suddenly he attacked the girl. Explosion. The wolf attacked the beauty's leopard. Here Yen Vu, seeing all this, came to the rescue. The wolf opened its glowing mouth. The girl shouted to the young man that this wolf is a warrior, they cannot defeat him. The young man rushed to the attack. Opposing energies collided in battle. There were loud explosions. The wolf, with red eyes, recoiled for a moment. He braked with his paws on the stones. The young man decided to use the dragon turtle technique further in the attack. He hurried to attack, not having time for a moment to create a protective barrier for himself. Suddenly the wolf, reacting faster, struck with a beam. Our hero was wounded, blood spattered from his chest. But the huge wolf was also shaking from internal wounds. It seemed that they had struck precise blows to each other at the same time. Our hero softened a little, thinking that he would become food for the wolf. The evil creature, taking advantage of the enemy's hesitation, ran towards the young man. The girl, seeing all this, jumped and threw her sharp spear at the huge beast, so that it stuck right in his neck. The young man looked at all this as if in a fog. He was very weak. The young man sank to the ground. Van Lon Sin knelt down next to him. She gave him a round brown pill to keep him strong and told him not to run so fast. The young man said that he could not watch his sister being wounded and promised to get better soon. They sat together for a while, their bodies touching each other. But the attack of the creatures was happening somewhere far away. On the main battlefield in the gorge, the Wolf King, baring his teeth, walked towards the head of the Van Ten Lona prison. The old warrior had already been wounded by other creatures and held his right hand with his other hand. The commander of the emperor's guards was also wounded. All of the people who survived were hiding behind large stones. The guards thought that their fate was decided, to go to feed their gray brothers. Suddenly a stranger flew from heaven. He waved his hand and an invisible ray affected the gray animals so much that they all fell dead. The Wolf King growled at the man from heaven that he would punish him for killing his subjects. The beast was angry that it opened its mouth wide and howled. All the guards fainted from fear. The man said that the wolves should run home to the caves or their offspring will end. The Wolf King, getting closer, shouted that he would tear the hero alive. Everyone was happy that the person who had come would help them. The head of the prison recognized him as the head who was able to survive the bloody pit. Meanwhile, in the sky, the evil Wolf King began to chase the man. At this time, the bloody old man and his disciple, whom he took for a while, walked to the place of the battle between people and wolves. The young man said that the demonic old man was the most powerful of all those he knew. Meanwhile, in the air battle, the Wolf King did not skillfully attack the head. He used his technique, a powerful explosion, and the wolf was thrown to the side by the impact of the blast wave, so that he fell on the plateau above. The Wolf King landed at the place where the Van Lonsen girl and Yen Vu were sitting. The huge wolf was glad that fate had given him an unexpected chance to eat this couple for lunch. The young man of the village said that he would fight the Wolf King first. The girl was very scared for her brother. The girl and the boy hugged goodbye. She closed her eyes, looking at the huge open mouth of the evil beast. Suddenly the barking of a dog was heard there. It was Chernish. He ran boldly and stood in front of his master. At this time, the head who had lost his rival suddenly appeared there. He immediately began throwing lightning explosions towards the Wolf King. The wounded leader left that place by fleeing. The young people hugged, they were saved by some person. The little blackie barked proudly at the fleeing animal. At the same time, the bony old man was finishing the destruction of the gray evil creatures with the help of his red hand, which strangled and wounded all the wolves. The old man walked easily, clearing the area of gray creatures. After some time, the owner stood in the prison governor's apartment and talked to his daughter. She said that his assistant, her uncle, gained great influence thanks to the bloody old man. Van Tenlona began to think about new changes in the mountain prison, since many changes had occurred while he was away and ill. He needed to focus on important things, but he was getting in the way. The daughter said that she was sure that the old man was not who he said he was. He wanted to get stronger, and then he would become an enemy. The father asked his daughter not to go to Yen Vu so that there would be no problems. The girl agreed. After the war with the demon wolves, many prisoners died. The mountain prison has been halved. Many departments were merged together. The killers and thugs sector was merged with others. The boss of the black guerrillas was also among the members of his gang. Daily training restored his strength after the battle with the wolves. The strategist did not stop quarreling with Blackie over his pumpkin wine. One day the young man got tired of all this. The thinker, once again, ran away from the dog that grabbed his butt. The strategist shouted to the young man to come to the rescue. The young man replied that the wine had most likely already run out and that he needed to show the empty flask to Chernish so that he would understand this and not pester him anymore. The sage replied that his wine was very rare, how could he spoil a dog with it? The elder asked to get rid of the dog. Our hero said that when he gets out of here, he will bring them several flasks of good wine. He called Chernish and began to stroke him, calming the animal. The old man said, stroking the place where the dog had bitten him, that his wine was magical and how it could be compared with other wines. He showed off a flask of wine with an important look, again teasing the dog. The young man thought about it and asked the sage whether it was the ruler who gave him the wine. The elder replied that he had a keen eye, and maybe he himself was one of the rulers. At these words, he raised the flask to his mouth and took a sip. Our hero said that on this occasion he was not here. Yen Vu enraged the old man. His eyes rolled out of his head, he shouted that he was unpleasant, that the boy didn't believe him. Why couldn't this be true? From this cry the dog rushed at him, he began to run away. The young man was tired of this situation, he turned around and walked in the other direction. He thought the couple would figure it out themselves. The boy decided to go to his girlfriend's assistant to ask about something. The girl met the boss at the entrance to the cave. He asked about the championship between sector bosses, where the bet is on hematites. The guy asked to tell us about the rivals in the 6th and 5th sectors. The girl began a story about the boss of the 6th sector, known under the nickname Cyclops, who was no less powerful than the boss of the Black Monkeys and, according to rumors, he loves drinking human blood most of all. The assistant continued about the boss of the 5th sector, the hunchback Vang Bahal, who had a chance to get 100,000 hematites, but never left the mountain prison. The woman said that these two are the best fighters, they are close to the realm of generals and are among the top 3. The young man said that when he fights with them, he will bet all the hematites. If they win, they will divide him 20,000 equally, if he wins, everyone will have to give him this amount. The girl warned the guy not to rush too much, because first he could challenge one opponent to a fight. She was concerned about his decision. The young boss was decisive, he told the girl to give them his message. He needed to get hematites. He said that it was important for him to further improve his combat skills. In the evening, sitting with Blackie and the strategist near the fire, he thought that he still really wanted his family back. The sage prepared wolf meat and treated the young man and his pet to an amazing dish. The girl served them. The scientist wished everyone a bon appetit. The girl could no longer listen to his speeches and told him to shut up and just eat. The guy didn't like his talkativeness either. The strategist called Yen Vu a soldier, which the guy didn't like. At least the elderly man thought that such treatment suited him. Then the sage fought with Chernish, they again did not share something. The young man ate the meat without much pleasure. His thoughts were somewhere far away. Then he decided to start training. Making comments to himself, he practiced the rainbow cannon technique. Our hero threw explosions at the foot of the mountain, splitting large stones. Suddenly a girl came. She said it was a great shot. The sage gave the young man advice to walk more softly, as if walking through a field of flowers. The girl approached the strategist and asked whether he knew exactly what he was teaching the young man. The teacher shouted at her that the skill of the palm requires softness, but he strives for perseverance, and this is a waste of time. The girl got angry at the shouting and said that his words made no sense. But the thinker told her that when he talks nonsense, she should come and rub his leg, in the place where Blackie bit him. The young man was engrossed in training, he practiced the rotational movement of his palm over and over again, throwing his strong blows at the stone block. The stone cracked under their heat. Yen Vu remembered the sage's advice to do it softly and hard, at the same time. He did so, and suddenly the large stone shattered into many fragments. When the guy saw that he had succeeded in this technique, he said that he should thank the gentleman for his advice. But when the boy approached the sage, next to whom the girl was sitting, he was already asleep. The young boss told the girl to take good care of the old man, and in gratitude, the boss would take care of her. The assistant was grateful to him for this. Then the young man approached Chernish and stroked his pet. The owner told the dog to stay where he was and not to follow him. The small animal licked its owner's hands and barked cheerfully. The thoughtful guy was left alone. He looked into the sky and said, turning to the stars, that he would soon fulfill all wishes and would definitely take them away. In the morning, when all the members of Sector Number 7 woke up, they all came to the boss, with the assistant in front. They all knelt before the young man. The girl greeted the young master. The guy said that as they know, he is going to challenge the bosses of the 5th and 6th sectors. He asked them whether they would follow him. The girl's assistant and her 2 subordinates said that they would go wherever he led them. Yen Vu walked ahead of everyone, then his assistants and defenders of Sector 7 and all the gang members. The guy heard that the men they passed by were talking about him, how he could defeat the gorilla. One prisoner said that this guy really wants to fight 2 bosses of the 5th and 6th sectors at the same time. Another prisoner said that we should tell about this to whoever it should be. Suddenly, the entrance to the gorge was blocked by several prisoners, including the bully Gahu. A girl assistant came forward and told the guys to step aside and let them pass. The tall guy said that the girl was still in good shape, so she came to play with the master. As for Yen Vu, how could this child challenge his boss? All those guys laughed. Suddenly the young boss of the 7th sector ran towards the bully Gahu. As he approached, he struck him on the neck with a shovel, from which the prisoner was seriously wounded. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Meanwhile, one prisoner ran up to the 2 bosses of the 5th and 6th sectors, who were sitting on the stones and waiting for Yen Vu to appear. One of them said that the bully Gahu wants to stop the guy before the fight. The young boss wants to get 40 hematites. Then the hunchback asked that Van's brother did not plan to contribute. Then the Cyclops said that when he gets old, he wants to live a quiet life. The hunchbacked boss said that if he did not want to take risks, he would deal with the young man himself, but would divide the reward equally. Another boss said that it is useless to have so many hematites when you are old. Hunchback Vangba Hall said that in this case he needed only 20,000, and his brother 40,000. Suddenly another prisoner ran there and shouted to the 2 bosses that the bully Gahu had lost. The Cyclops suddenly stood up to his full height and said that this was useless trash. Then the 2 bosses saw that members of the 7th sector of killers and thugs were approaching them. They were led by the young gorilla boss S. In his right hand he holds the body of the Gahu bully. The young man stops in front of the bosses and says that he is challenging the Cyclops, who is the first to meet him. The boss of the 6th sector said that he heard that the guy killed the monkey, now his blood will become sweeter. The young man replied that the enemy would not have the opportunity to taste his blood. Yen Vu repeats his name and says that he is challenging 2 bosses of the 6th and 5th sectors at once. At these words he pointed his finger at them. The enemies turned against each other. The Cyclops said that if they win, then each of them will receive 10,000 stones. The young boss replied that if he wins, he will receive 20,000. The enemy said that if they offered 60,000, then he would give him a chance to become his subordinate, otherwise death. The boy covered his mouth with his hand. He shouted how much his stinking mouth stank. The boss of the 6th sector became enraged by these words. He opened his mouth even wider, and everyone around felt the smell. Everyone also began to close their mouths and turn away from the Cyclops. All members of the 6th squad knew that in order not to anger their boss, they could not tell him about this. The Cyclops rushed at the young man and attacked him unexpectedly. But the young boss withstood his attack. The Cyclops, having been rebuffed, thought how this child could be so strong. The young man suggested that Hunchback Vangba Hall defeat the boss of the 6th sector together. Then the one-eyed boss shouted that the boy should not dare to underestimate him. The young guy attacked him with a shovel directly in the throat, so that the wounded man began to bleed. The hunchback also decided to start. The boss of the 5th sector knew how to use the technique of fast movement. He was near the young man in an instant. The young man told the non-young man that he should have done this earlier. Now the young boss's opponent was the hunchback. He created a protective sphere around himself and began attacking the gorilla boss. But the hunchbacked Vangba Hall ran into Yen Vu's defense. The Cyclops waited for now. But suddenly the one-eyed boss chose an opportune moment and came up behind the young man to deliver a powerful blow with his saber. He put all his strength into this swing. The weapon was over the guy's head. The girl assistant to the boss of the 7th sector shouted to the young man about the danger behind. The master instantly struck the Cyclops from behind with a shovel, whose blood splashed in all directions. The young boss decided to immediately attack Vangba Hall, who outlined a protection sphere, but the gorilla boss penetrated through it and attacked the hunchbacked old man. He sat on top of him, crushing him with his body. The hunchback said he was giving up. Suddenly he grabbed the young boss by the legs and decided to throw him to the ground. But the young man was on his guard. With his hand he used his technique of a strangling noose, which he threw over the old man. The dragon turtle tactics, as always, came in handy for the young man. The blue dragon immobilized the enemy, who could not even move. After a few moments, he begged for mercy and knelt down. But as soon as the young warrior lost his attention, the old man immediately dodged and jumped out from under his influence, spun like a top and struck the young man with a blow that caused blood to spurt out. The girl assistant to the boss of Sector 7 shouted that he was a deceiver. The hunchback laughed and said that there is no place for kindness here. The young man caved in from the blow and had to use the blue circle tactics. The hunchback attacked with his staff, leaving the guy not a minute to recuperate. But the young gorilla boss managed to protect himself with a blue field and immediately attacked the old man with his own weapon. Vangba Hall's staff stuck into him, pinning the hunchbacked boss's face to the ground forever. The girl was glad that the young boss defeated the boss of the 5th sector. Seeing all this, the boss of the 6th sector, the one-eyed Cyclops, came and knelt before the young man. He said he was giving up. The young man told him not to forget to send him 40,000 hematites. The Cyclops told the guy not to worry, tonight he will send everything. The gorilla boss told him not to contact him in the future, otherwise it would be bad. When the young man returned to the cave of the 7th sector, where he lived, he was joyfully greeted by his favorite Chernish. The guy said happily that everything was fine, but now he needed to contact Van Lansen's sister. In the cave, exclamations were heard from the strategist, who scolded the dog and shouted that the puppy was hunting for his pumpkin wine again. The sage was again punished by the small animal. When the young man entered, he ordered the small animal not to bite and to leave the old man alone. The little blackie just bit the scientist on his butt. The old man lay on the floor and rubbed the bitten area, while he said, "Oh oh oh." The young man said that he came here to ask his advice, since he has 100,000 hematites. The elder said how wise he was and asked him after he had satisfied 3 of his requests. The sage took a sip of wine from the flask and smiled slyly. The young man briefly told his story, that he was from a noble rich family and how their family suffered punishment because he refused to marry a famous girl. Then Yen Vu said, holding his pet in front and caressing him, that he wanted to fix everything and came to him for advice. The sage said that if he has 100,000 hematites, he can go to the deadly battlefield in the army of death to earn forgiveness, but it will be even more difficult to take revenge only if. Then the old man fell silent, hesitating. He continued only if the guy could defeat the barbarians and stage a coup. The young man decisively said that once he was able to do this and he is obliged to help his family, within a year he needs to get rid of the status of a criminal, restoring the honor of the family. The old man said that he would think of something for the guy next year, but he needed to act wisely, love himself and his family. The strategist, sometimes like a seer, he said that the young man needed 10 years to fulfill his plan, but if he wants to do everything in a year, then let him prepare for 10 deaths. The sage continued to have the young man go to the deadly battlefield and become the vanguard of the warriors of death, and then receive the status of King of Death. These will be difficult tests. The young man repeated all his words after the strategist. He repeated it like an incantation. He will be on the deadly battlefield in the vanguard and must become the King of Death. The two interlocutors stood opposite each other. The scholar explained that the battlefield is a war between the Saya army and the barbarians. The scientist painted these scenes so skillfully that the young man seemed to see these events in reality. He said that the Legion of Death is an army that kills barbarians. At first they were ordinary slaves. Then he surprised the barbarians with his skills, he was given status and title, and left to fight with enemies for fun. The scientist continued that even after knowing the power of the sky, the young man would not be able to fight the King of Death, since it would be difficult to do this in a year. The sage did not know whether the guy would succeed in such a short time. The young man did not know what to answer, he was silent, and then thanked the elder and said that he had chosen his path. He stroked Blackie, who was sitting in his arms. The strategist said that in any case he would have thousands of ways and options. He lifted his flask of wine and took a sip. The young man bowed low to the elder. The little Blackie continued to sit in his owner's arms. Yen Vu came out of the cave very thoughtful. The old man told him so many new things. One thing was clear, he needed a lot more training to be worthy of his chosen path. The guy went to a high plateau, taking Blackie with him, sat in the lotus position and plunged into his spiritual world. A lonely moon illuminated the silent rocks. The young man decided that he needed even more precious stones. He decided that he needed to have 200,000 hematites. At this time, the Wolf King appeared behind him, his red eyes flashing. The young man jumped up in surprise. The young man shouted that he heard the roar of the leader of the great creatures and he wanted to kill him. Blackie also sensed the enemy and barked. The young man stood when the King of Wolves approached him, crawling on his paws. He was wounded and bowed down before the man. The boy did not understand and said that he was so arrogant or that the Wolf King bowed to him. This pleased the man's vanity, but he was still ready for anything. The little Blackie also decided to come forward and began to bark even louder, thereby showing who was in charge here. But the mighty beast went limp and even bowed to Blackie. Yen Vu realized that the demon Wolf King needed something from him. The guy decided to take advantage of the situation and ask him for whatever he wanted. Our hero imagined himself riding such a powerful brother. If only he had such transport. The gorilla boss told the wolf that he wanted to be his rider. The king told him to sit down. But the young man hesitated. This thought was so unusual that he shouted that he was joking. Blackie began to approach the wolf, barking quieter and quieter. Then the man noticed that the dog was very close to the wolf's mouth and that the wolf was even listening to him. Suddenly the wolf opened his mouth and a large red gem fell out. Blackie and Yen Vu looked at the stone and exchanged glances. The boy knew that this was a crystal of the blood of a wolf of pure blood. The power contained in it is unusual, royal, when a wolf becomes a king. Suddenly the dog grabbed a stone and swallowed it. It happened so quickly that the owner did not even have time to prevent it. The young boss shouted to the dog not to do this, but it was too late. Then the young man worriedly said how he could swallow the crystalline crystal of the demonic wolf, because it has enormous power. The resourceful dog split the crystal, leaving a small piece for the owner. The young man came up and took it from the mouth of the small animal. The owner affectionately patted the pet and said that it was in vain to accuse the dog of greed. Blackie was also pleased with himself. The young man looked at the Wolf King and asked what he should do with him. The submissive animal looked very pitiful. Blackie barked at him again. The Wolf King told the young man to accept his wolf tooth, as a sign of reconciliation between wolves and humans. They could seek help from the wolves of their clan at any time. Having said these words, the wolf flew through the air over the tops of the mountains, back to the clan. The young man, looking at the tooth, said that he could now safely be in the wolf clan. The boy looked at the piece of crystal that was in his hand. He said that he could not take it like a dog, just by swallowing it. Since the stone could kill him, he needed to take a bath for this. The young man thought about where in prison he could do this. Then he ordered everything to be prepared with bathing. Dreaming, he said out loud that he should meet the Van Lonsin girl. Water was heated in a large wooden barrel. The container stood at the foot of the mountain. One prisoner, who was preparing everything for bathing, accidentally overheard the boy talking about the boss of Van. The servant said that he hoped the boss understood who the boss was and who he was. Our hero noted that it's funny because this prisoner is also not indifferent to Van Lonsin. She was here for everyone, like a deity. But it seemed that the guy had fallen for her. Suddenly Chernish appeared there. In his mouth he carried a medicinal herb. It had a wonderful smell and was like ginseng root. The medicine did not allow the body to freeze. The small animal climbed onto the barrel and threw the grass into the water. The owner praised the pet and said that he would combine the crystal and the herb of cold return. So he thought the effect on the body would intensify. The young man, without undressing, jumped into a barrel of water. At first the water was cool, but when the crystal sank into it, it turned bright red, and then light bets rose up from it. Our hero immediately felt the effect of the stone. Even the wolf tooth on his neck, which the guy wore on a black cord, began to energetically affect him. He felt a surge of energy. The water in the barrel became hotter and hotter. The guy endured this tension with all his might. He reassured himself that he had survived the bloody pit and must survive it. There was blue energy in his belly. Gradually, from within himself, he began to reduce the temperature of the water. It turned blue, like his internal energy. Suddenly the barrel burst and shattered onto the boards, water splashed out. Our hero stood up to his full height and said that he had entered a new kingdom. A powerful blue aura surrounded his body. He thought he should meet with the other leaders to see if the hematites were ready. After some time, a dozen prisoners from another department approached the assistant girl of Sector 7 and her two boyfriends. They told the assistant to call her boss. These were fighters from the 1st District gang. Their leader ordered the girl to go and tell the boss to deliver his hematites to the 1st District. The prisoners of the 7th Sector began to discuss this, because Goazinshi came to them, who had reached the realm of warriors. She heard that he was sent to collect hematites as tribute, and if not, then death. The girl protector of the 7th Sector was indignant. Why should they give away hematites? Because they never gave them away. The guy who led the squad said that her answer was not correct, but he saw that there was a warrior here. He joked and was confident that he was right from a position of strength. The girl was offended and angrily said that the offender should never tell her what to do. She pointed her finger at him and was very brave, braver than many men around. The thug laughed and told the girl that she was an interesting thing and he wondered what the woman would do after meeting him. At these words, he smiled disgustingly and raised his finger to his lips. The girl rushed to him and said that if he tried to touch her, the members of the guerrilla gang would kill him. Her voice was so confident that no one doubted her intention to engage in battle. The enemy prepared to attack. The guy spread his legs wide. The girl quickly ran towards him. The distance between them was shrinking. One of the guys from Sector 7 rushed to report everything to the boss. Yen Vu walked peacefully at the foot of the mountain, Blackie sat on his shoulder. Suddenly a messenger came running to him and said that people from the first district had come to them and demanded hematites. The young man was calm and said that it was good, since he himself wanted to visit them. The guerrilla boss asked the prisoner to briefly tell him about the first district and their leader. The subordinate began the story and said that the first district had united with the other four and their bosses were in peace and order. The first boss of Ivory was a florist before he went to prison. The second boss is a very thin guy, Eisen, who was previously a forensic master before going to prison. He was always smoking some kind of potion. The third boss was a girl named Len Mei with blue short hair. Since part of her face was disfigured, she covered half of her face with her long bangs. They called her Harley Quinn. The fourth boss is the barbarian Shirtation. He is extremely cruel and strong, always cocky and loves to make rude jokes. He was very tall and had the build of a wrestler. The young guerrilla boss thought about it and said that this was very interesting. Chernish also listened attentively to the story about all the bosses of the first district, sitting on his owner's shoulder. At this time, the leader of the detachment of the first district clamped his elbow on the throat of the assistant girl. She could barely breathe, the thug's grip was so strong. He said that the old woman would die like a pig. Then Yen Vu appeared in the gorge. He walked in complete silence. The barbarian shouted, looking at his youth and thinness, that this was the new boss. The young man told him that he was asking him to leave the people of Sector 7 alone. To which the thug laughed and said what would happen if he didn't let the girl go. The brute spluttered. The guerrilla boss said that then he could lose an arm, a leg, and maybe his head. The thug threw the girl aside and began to walk towards our hero. He said that the guy's tone was not polite and we should see what the guy could do against him. The barbarian offered to fight with all his might. While jumping, the barbarian wanted to kick the young man. He shouted that he would tear the guy to pieces. This blow was predictable, and the guerrilla boss parried it with his hand and prepared his response with a kick between his legs. Our hero's blow was so powerful that the man flew 10 meters to the rock and crashed into it with a great roar. The thug put his hands on his male organs as the guerrilla boss got there. At this time, the assistant girl also began to attack the guy, who grabbed her when the barbarian pushed her away. She, freed from her pursuer, ran to her master. The young man stood and watched as 3 prisoners from the first district, armed with a shovel, approached him. One of them said, smiling as the boy thought of defeating them. The fat man began to run towards the young man, raising his shovel high. He shouted that he would break the young man's arms. The young man stood calmly, with his hands folded in front of him, waiting for his opponent. Our hero told himself that now was the time for a double attack. He created a blast wave with his palm that threw all opponents back from him. They each dropped their weapons from their hands. With the new attack came many prisoners. Everyone was screaming for the guy to give up. They narrowed the circle where our hero was and threw their shovels at him. When suddenly their shovels flew at them. After the battle was over, the young boss told the female assistant that they had done a good job. No one would give us any more trouble. The woman was very grateful to the master for saving her from the barbarian. She bowed to the young boss. Yen Vu told her to simply serve him with all devotion. Having said these words, the guerrilla boss turned around and walked along the base of the cliff. The woman ran after him and asked him that he was going to the first district. He answered, without stopping for a minute, that if he wanted to become the king of death, then he had to fight. After some time, our hero was already standing in front of the guards of the first district. The guard asked what his name was. Besides the 2 guys, there were many gang members from this sector. The young man came with his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. He told the guards that his name was Yen Vu. The guard said what the hell was he doing here and that they would punish him for his insolence. Another guard, who was armed with a shovel, called the first one and told him to leave the guy to him and he would deal with him himself. But an adult man came up and started tugging at the young man's clothes. The little black one, seeing this, rushed at him, barking right in his face. He jumped from the owner's shoulder straight onto the enemy's neck and scratched his neck with his claws until it bled. The attacking man fell from the dog's attack. The young man thought that Chernish became different after he ate the blood crystal that the Wolf King brought. One of the prisoners shouted at the boy that the guest had allowed the man to be mauled to death by his dog. Several guys started running at him and shouting for him to bend his knee. The young man created a shock wave with his hand, which threw back all the attackers. The young man had a club in his hands, with which he hit the ground. He said he came to find their bosses. All the prisoners who were lying on the ground and were afraid to get up or were injured spoke out that this was the boss of the second district, Yen Vu. One of the prisoners finally stood up and said that he would go and inform the leaders. The young man walked further, waving his club. The little black one jumped on his shoulder again. Suddenly one prisoner, who was huge and strong, wheezed that he would now show the young man who was in charge. Many followed his example and began to surround the young man. He decided to try a new power. All the villains came as close as possible to the guy and wanted to hit him with their fists almost simultaneously. But they could not reach his body. Their hands encountered a hard surface that was impenetrable. The young man remained invulnerable. Our hero jumped high above the heads of his opponents and hit the heads of everyone who stood around him with his mace. All the guys flew away with broken heads. They crawled away from him as best they could. Suddenly a man's hoarse voice was heard there. He said that the guy had achieved excellent strength at such a young age. Yen Vu pointed his mace at him and said that whoever tried to stop him would die. This was the fourth boss of the first district. The man was very tall and strong. The barbarian Shirtation began to approach the young man. He said that he wanted to check how good he was. The young man said that they say barbarians have good reactions and a sober mind and they make good servants. This angered the giant even more, and he rushed at the young man with shouts and fists. The opponents ran towards each other at great speed. The young man threw a blue ball of energy forward with his hand. The barbarian shouted that he did not believe that the guy was stronger than him. Against such a strong opponent, Yen Vu decided to use a palm strike. An explosion was heard, the shock wave threw the barbarian back, he received multiple wounds in his arms, and the wounds began to bleed. But the opponent was still approaching the young man. Shirtation decided to strike with both hands at the same time. The young man managed to put up a block, and then immediately attacked the enemy from close range. The barbarian fell, many stones flew at him. This was the effect of a strong blow from the guy. The young man himself remained unharmed. He began preparing to use the dragon turtle tactics. The powerful sea wave created by his hands hit the thug's chest. He hit the ground again and blood sprayed from his chest. Our hero walked up to him and put his foot on his chest. The gorilla boss said that all the hematites were his. The thug, barely breathing, said that he couldn't live without this prison and the guy thought too much of himself. The young man said that hematites were of no use to him. At this time, the young guy heard how a crowd of armed prisoners who had been watching the battle began to approach him. They angrily shouted that the young man had killed their boss, and wanted to take revenge on him for this. Yen Vu repelled wave after wave of enemy attacks. He made blows with his club, spinning in a circle at speed. Enemies flew away from his club and fell, hitting the ground. There were 3 people watching this fight. These were the 3 bosses of the first district, among whom was a girl. The young man, having finished the fight, stood among the lying bodies of his opponents. All the bosses discussed the guy and said that he was very arrogant. The first boss said that it was time for him to die, the second said that he would kill him first. The girl Len Mei, who was called Harley Quinn, laughed sarcastically and said that she didn't care who killed him. The young man walked along the foot of the mountain. A crowd of prisoners from the first district was coming towards him. In front of the crowd were two bosses, Ivory and I Manhwa. The young man said that his goal was to take their hematites. The first boss said, bowing his head a little in front of the young man, "How much does the guy need? 10,000 or 20,000 stones, he is ready to give them just to be his friend." The second boss was silent. Our hero raised his finger up and told the man to add another 0. In response, the first boss of Ivory said that the rule must be used, although on the side of those who have the stronger fist. After this, Yen Vu said that he was ready to agree with this rule and there was no need to hesitate. He suggested we start. His club hit the ground next to him, making the sound of rubbing against stones. The second boss, I Manhwa, rushed into battle. He shouted that if the young man wins, the stones will be his. There was a shovel in his hands. The enemy began to approach and raised his weapon to strike. The young gorilla boss managed to parry this blow with a club. The shovel broke in two. At that moment, the first boss told the girl Len Mei that his legs still hurt, and that she should join the fight. The girl rushed into battle, armed with a shovel. She said, moving quickly, that she wanted to see if the guy could resist her. Her bangs flew up, showing her disfigured part of her face. The opponents moved in such a way that it seemed that their body was in two places at the same time, that is, two Yen Vu fought with two Len Mei. Their weapons moved even faster. The gorilla boss jumped aside. The girl rushed after him, wanting to hit him in the back with a shovel. But it turned out that it was a trick of a young man who placed a protective sphere behind his back. So the rival's shovel hit her. The fight continued, alternating with jumping and playing catch-up. The opponents exhausted each other, while not forgetting to strike. Suddenly the second boss, having come to his senses, also joined this game. As he approached the young man to attack, the young man dealt him a crushing blow. He bent down and shouted that he wanted him to die. His face changed and he began to shake. I Manhwa began to transform before our eyes. He opened his mouth, fangs were visible in it, like a vampire's, claws grew on his fingers, his eyes became red lights. A change took place inside his body. The young boss noticed this. He thought about how the first boss could turn into a beast, since he was a human. In the center of the creature's chest was a red heart that glowed with magical energy. The beast rushed forward at the guy, its long hair flowing behind it. It moved very quickly. He shouted that he wanted to eat Yen Vu. His long clawed hands extended towards the young man. The young man fought off the monster's attacks with a club as best he could. But he turned into a flat creature and flew away from the blow. The beast had an unusual fighting tactic that the young man had never encountered before. Suddenly the creature found itself near the guy and began to choke him, wanting him to die. Our hero hit the monster between the legs with all his might. His eyes lit up even brighter. Suddenly Chernish came to the rescue. The small brave animal bit into the beast's hand. Because of this, he let go of the young man's throat, and he took advantage of the moment to strike with his club directly at the enemy's red heart. From this blow, the vampire fell to the ground. Cracks appeared along it from the shock wave. The enemy's heart stopped, but his eyes were open, his face froze. The young man asked who else wanted to fight. The girl Len Mei, who was called Harley Quinn, laughed and told the guy that he was not as good as he thought he was, but she accepted defeat and agreed to serve him. The first boss told her that she was saying that. But she told him that she is the leader and takes full responsibility. Then he no longer contradicted her. The first boss stepped forward and said that he would soon regain his strength. The young man said that he would give them half an hour, and when he returned, he wanted to see the stones. If he did not get them, they would regret it. Ivory said that half an hour would be enough for him to gain all his power, so he better think about it. The boss of the first district did not speak too confidently, because he did not know whether he would have enough time for this. The young man said that this is madness, because he no longer has the previous strength in him, and he can defeat him easily with the forces that he has left. At these words, he pointed his finger at the boss. Ivory got angry at what was said and shouted at the young man not to lie. Our hero swung his club several times, then with his hand he created blue waves of energy. He used the dragon technique. Yen Vu raised a huge sea wave from the ground to the sky and brought it down on the enemy. The element destroyed everything in its path. She picked up large stones from the enemy standing near the young man and threw them on the ground. When the water subsided, the first boss of the Ivory District remained lying on the ground, but he was still alive. The gorilla boss stood on one knee. The sea dragon turtle technique required a lot of strength. All the prisoners who stood and watched the fight said that the young man was very strong, since their boss flew such a long distance. But the energy was spent by Yen Vu, and it is not limitless. Suddenly the girl Len Mei, noticing that the boss of Sector 7 had weakened, began her attack. The guy gritted his teeth, but he did not have the strength to resist the enemy. The little black one jumped and took the girl's blow upon himself. Our hero was still on his knees. He said that the dog sacrificed himself for the second time to save him. The gorilla boss shouted at the girl that she deserved to die. The young man tensed with all his strength. The guy jumped from his knees to his feet in one motion, jumped high and, approaching Harley Quinn, punched her right in the face with his fist. The girl did not expect the blow. The opponent's body flew 10 meters and fell to the ground, which was cracked from the impact. Len Mei was dead. Boss Ivory, who watched the fight, said that he is not Yen Vu's opponent. The young man knelt down next to Chernish. The animal lay with its eyes closed. The young man bent over him even more. Suddenly the dog opened his eyes and looked at his owner. Then the dog barked and wagged its tail. The boy was delighted and said that he was a stupid dog who wanted to scare him to death. The young man began to cry. He took the dog in his arms. The owner told the pet not to do this again, and if this happened, the young man would always remember him, but if something happened, they would say that he could not even protect his dog. The small animal barked joyfully and licked its owner's hands. Then the dog climbed onto the young man's shoulder. The guy said that thanks to Chernish, he opened 2 channels of the spiritual body and became even stronger. The animal licked its owner's cheek as they approached the last of the bosses of the first district, who remained alive, Boss Ivory. The young man told him to give up the hematites now. The man whose face was smashed said that he had lost. The hematites now belonged to the gorilla boss. The boy had already turned to leave and said over his shoulder that he thanked him. Then Ivory asked our hero for permission to ask about something. But the young man said that he was busy. But the defeated boss raised his voice and said that he did not want to ask for anything, but was offering a deal. The young gorilla boss stopped and turned his head towards the speaker. He became interested in the proposal of the defeated enemy. Only recently they had been enemies, but now the 2 guys were sitting and talking peacefully. Yen Vu told Ivory to speak about his proposal. He said that the hematites should be sent to the second district. The owner told Chernish to oversee the delivery of the stones. Next, Ivory asked our hero whether he was going to go to the Legion of Death. The young man said affirmatively that he would not be a slave. The defeated boss said that he was asking him to take care of his mother and sister. They were simple people, and he was afraid that there would be problems. Then the young man said about the reward. The first district boss offered to teach the youngster his technique, which could improve his attacking ability and speed, which would be very beneficial for him. Yen Vu asked how he got here with such powers. The interlocutor was wary and said that he would teach him, but whether he could trust the young man was in question. They all also sat one opposite the other. The young man pointed a finger at himself and said, "Does he look like a man who does not keep his word?" The interlocutor said in the affirmative. Then the young man lost his temper and said that in that case he was leaving. He walked and told himself that there are not many such techniques. They are difficult to master at the ideal stages of the 24th dimension, like a lake, take it and dive. Our hero walked along the gorge. Suddenly he saw a man with a stag in his hands who was on the way. The young man stopped. The stranger said that he had killed 3 bosses and asked if he would kill him. When our hero approached the man, he recognized him as the young man who had been with him in the bloody pit and carried out the Van Lonsin girl and her father, the warden. The straw-colored young man said that he respected Yen Vu very much for everything he did back then, and the miss was favorable to him, but he would not allow anything to happen to him here now. The young boss became very serious and said that he had collected the required amount of hematites and handed them over to the boss, and also asked to organize service for him in the Legion of Death. The guy told Yen Vu that instead of the Legion of Death he could offer him a place in the army where his brother served. The young boss said he would take care of himself. Then the fair-haired boy pointed in the direction with his hand and said that if he did not want to follow his proposal, then he should go there and find Van Lonsin, who was waiting for him. Not far from the place where the interlocutors were talking alone under the crown of a green tree, a girl was sitting. Next to her was her faithful leopard. It was a wide plateau where green trees grew. The delighted young man was next to the beauty in a moment. He shouted greeting to her. She approached him and began to feel him, whether he was injured, and asked how he was. He said everything was fine. But the girl said that she was uneasy at heart. She prepared food and wine for him. They sat down at the table, which stood right at the foot of the cliff, one opposite the other, and began to eat. The guy took the chicken leg and started eating. Then he said that he had collected enough hematites to leave the mountain prison, and he wanted to ask her something. She said she would help if she could. The young man said that he had prepared enough stones to free his 2 friends, a skinny monkey, whom he would take with him to the battlefield, and a girl, whom she should keep near her. The beauty agreed to take care of the little girl, who dressed like a boy for safety. The young man thanked his sister and promised her that when he returned from service they would meet. The girl looked at Yen Vu carefully, smiled and said that they would only meet for a drink. The guy asked what else she was thinking about while he could only afford this. The beauty looked at the young man and said that she would think about what else she wanted. She was beautiful and mysterious at that moment at the same time. The young man held out a small bag to her and said that this is a flower seed that he received from the bloody pit and it will be beneficial for her cultivation. He gives it to her. The girl took the bag and said that she would treasure it very much. And at this time, distinguished guests arrived on horseback in the main apartments of the prison. They brought the secret decree of the ruler. The most important among the guests was Vei Dane. He arrived on horseback. The warden of Van Ten Lona prison and his assistants greeted the guest of honor with a bow. He was a thin, tall, middle-aged man with his hair tied up on top of his head. On his shoulder was the skin of a killed animal with an upper jaw. He said that he was here by the will of the emperor. The guest servant, on his orders, read out the order in which General Wei Dane was appointed warden of the mountain prison. The order also made some changes in the authorities. Van Tenlona had no choice but to obey the order of the head of the monarchy. He bowed deeply and said that he obeyed the holy order. Then the newly arrived general leaned over him and said that there was a prisoner slave named Yen Vu in the prison. Having received an affirmative answer, Wei Dane ordered him to be brought immediately. Meanwhile, in the cave where our hero lived, the guy tried to wake up the Go-Ru strategist, who was sleeping soundly on the straw. When he woke up, he immediately said to give him more wine, then he received a full jug. The old man said that drinking pumpkin wine every day is so fatty that he even misses regular wine. The sage drank greedily from the jug, so that a trickle flowed into the corner of his mouth. Our hero said, putting his finger to his temple, that he was glad to please him, because he was leaving today and he would not have the opportunity to listen to the old sermon of a preacher living outside the will of Go-Ru. Then the old man took another sip of wine and with a smart look said that now was not the time for a quarrel, and before leaving, finally, he would give him some advice. His eyes lit up and he sobered up. The sage again became a fortune-teller and spoke like a philosopher. He said that strength is in the depths, strive to surface, but true strength is in the clouds. Having said this, he again kissed the jug. Just when the young man thought it was about cultivation, he heard someone calling him menacingly. The guy came out of the cave and saw 3 guards. The young man asked what happened. One of the guards asked our hero if he was Yen Vu. He didn't know why he was being called and thought it was about the stones. The boy went with them. But when he entered the hall, he realized that he was mistaken. In the center sat a general he did not know, and Uncle Van Tenlona was not there. That boss's name was Wei Dane. He was the most important thing in the prison. The young man thought, what happened? Where is his uncle? Where is his sister? The general asked if he was Yen Vu. As soon as he said yes, suddenly the chief pointed at him, his gesture was sharp, and told the guards to seize him and execute him. An aura of negative energy filled the hall. 2 guards grabbed the guy by the hands and led him away. The daredevil Jan Sun, who sat to the general's left, said that Yen Vu was a criminal who was sent to prison rather than sentenced to death. Then General Wei Dane said with a frown that it was true. But Li Fun, who was sitting on the other side, said that it was wise for Warden Wei to kill the young man himself. To which the general laughed and said that now he is the most important here and he can decide who to kill and who not to kill. Anyone who dares to stop me can sue. A high-ranking commander ordered the guards to place the arrested man down. At these words he stood up and pointed his finger down. Then the daredevil Jansen loudly said that the warden should think again about his order, because Yen Vu saved the head of the Van Tenlona prison from the bloody pit. The general turned around and asked, or so it was. Li Fund confirmed this incident, but added that this guy's fate has already been decided. Daredevil told the deputy warden that the warden might not agree with the decision to execute the young man. Blonde Jansen stood up and walked closer to the general. He said that Yen Vu had collected 100,000 hematites and should be sent to the Death Legion to live. Wei Dane thought about it. Our hero, who was still in the hall, told the bosses that he did not want to escape from prison without extreme measures and would never be able to get rid of the label of a slave, then his family would be even worse. Then the general, who was the most important person in the prison, said that he had made a decision. Wei Dane stood up and announced that Yen Vu could leave to serve in the Legion of Death. Having said these words, he rushed forward. His movement was so swift that a moment later he pushed the young man in the chest with all his strength, so that he did not have time to dodge. From the force of the blow, the young man fell to the floor with a big crash. Daredevil Jansen shouted, "What kind of tricks the caretaker Vei Dane allows himself, we need to leave the guy alone." The young man understood that the boss was taking advantage of his position. The fair-haired young man lifted the body of our hero onto his shoulder and carried him out of the hall. He decided then to talk about everything again with the top boss. It seemed to him that he was mistaken about the guy. When the hall was empty and only two remained, Vei Dane and Li Fun, the main one said that it seemed that he could not choose good assistants. To which the subordinate said that he would serve him faithfully. After some time, Jansen brought the wounded guy to the prison warden's house. His daughter was there, the beautiful Van Lonsin girl. The guy felt very bad. My sister asked who would do this. The savior said that this was done by the new boss of Vei Dane, who wants to kill the guy, but no one can stop him, so it's dangerous for him to stay here, and she sees him for the last time. The girl was very angry, her eyes lit up with hatred. She shouted that she wanted to kill the offender. She got out of bed and wanted to go, but the young man told her not to leave. Then she began to wipe his face and said that she wanted him to live. Yen Vu said that he can't die because he has a brother and a girl called Seo Man, so he just needs to take a break. After a while, the young man's breathing became even. This happened under the influence of his internal energy. Blonde Jansen asked what they should do now. The girl said that she would remember the offenders. The girl said that she was not going to return to Beijing with her father, but was going to join the army. It was her decision, which she made under the influence of recent events. The daredevil shouted that she should not frighten him with such things. Beauty said that she made this decision because this is the only way they can become stronger to surpass the new caretaker. Then Jansen advised to first ask permission from his father, the warden. The girl said that she was just going and would ask him about it. Our hero wished her good luck. After some time, in the 17th district of the mountain prison, which united several districts, voices were heard in one of the storage facilities of precious stones, which was located in a cave. It was Sun Doi's friend and the little girl Seo Man who was dressing up as a boy for her safety. The young man said that there were already 200,000 stones, but let the boss leave this place first. Then two guards appeared and told the fair-haired youth that Yen Vu had given them enough hematites that they could leave the mountain prison and go to the Death Legion, and the younger one was told that his name was. When Sun Doi and Seo Man arrived at the warden's house, they were greeted by the girl Van Lon Sin, the daughter of the master of the house. They greeted her by kneeling on one knee. The beauty told them to get up. Then she said that the little girl would be her servant. She approached Seo Man and touched her chin. But the little girl was not happy with such an offer. She said that she would not be her servant. The mistress asked why she didn't want to, because this way she could get rid of her status as a prison slave. The little girl said that she was devoted to her master. Then the beauty pointed to the fair-haired young man and asked what about him. The guy replied that he should be with his brother. Then the mistress of the house suggested that they rest, take a shower and eat, and then see Yen Vu. She said this and left. For a short time, the house fell into silence, especially the room where the young man was. This was necessary to restore his strength. Our hero enveloped himself in a cleansing aura, which was supposed to remove all the physical and spiritual trauma of the young man in order to prepare him for new challenges. A girl entered the room. Sister Lonsin asked if he was okay. The guy replied that he was fine. The beauty said that he could be safe here. The young man said that he could not risk her reputation and must leave this house immediately. He said that the new warden would definitely kill him as soon as he found out that he was still alive. Then, after thinking about it, the beauty agreed with the guy's arguments. When she was about to leave, he said that his brother Sun Doi and the maid Seo Man were also released. The mistress of the house said that she would bring them to him later. When our hero was left alone, he told himself that he needed to kill the chief warden. After a while, his brother and a little girl entered the room where Yen Vu was sitting on the bed. They were all happy to meet. The boss said if everything is okay with them, then they will leave here together. Both said that they would do whatever the master said. The little girl looked outside and said that it was raining heavily now and it would be difficult to go down the mountain, so no one would look for them. The young man said that we need to act and not let the enemies get on their tail. The girl said that she asked Uncle Jansen to do everything for them without mistakes. Seo Man said they should go then. Sister Van Lanxin shouted that she would go with Yen Vu. But the young man told her not to do this because she might get hurt. She said she could handle it. A few minutes later, a horse-drawn wagon and one leopard rider under a large umbrella secretly left the main apartment. It was raining heavily and they began to descend from the mountain. The young guy who was driving the van said that these guys inside the van were their only hope and he would try to get them all out of jail. There were 4 people inside the van: Yen Vu, his brother, Seo Man and Blackie. Our hero thought that General Wei Dane would definitely send an assassin. He told Blackie to ask the Wolf King for help. The owner finally stroked the dog and he jumped out of the window of the van and ran to the Wolf King. Then the young man told his brother that there might be an ambush on the road. If we stay, run. The brother asked our hero how to leave without him. The little maid said that she would always follow him. Then the young man told them, if anything happened, to sit and not lean out of the cart. Suddenly the horse suddenly braked. The driver was scared, he pulled the bit, something happened ahead. The horse almost reared up. The little maid in the van asked what happened. The Van Lansen girl, riding under an umbrella, rode forward on her leopard. She was the first to see 5 warriors armed with swords and spears. The men were dressed in military armor and well armed. The brave beauty shouted at them to disperse, but the warriors rushed towards her with swords. The girl managed to block the swords with her weapon and, having withstood their first attack, she fought with 2 warriors who continued to attack her. The 3 remaining attackers ran towards the cart. The driver shouted that they were under attack and took up his sword. One of the attackers ran very close to the van and wanted to get inside. Our hero jumped out of the cart, immediately repelling the attacker's attack. He shouted to his brother to save the little girl and himself. The horse was wounded and fell. The young man jumped to the ground, bent over and clenched his hand into a fist in the rain. He said the attackers would pay with their blood for getting in his way. Then, after a moment, the guy created a blue wave of spiritual energy with his palm and sent it towards the first warrior. The shock wave hit the enemy's head, he flew up, then fell. The young man began to weaken, his wound was taking its toll. He turned around and saw his sister fighting 2 warriors at once. She kept them at a distance, skillfully using a sharp trident. Then he wounds 1 warrior. The opponents are strong, as Yen Vu cannot fight at full strength. One of the warriors says that they cannot win. The little girl collected stones in her hands and throws them at the warrior, who is not far from her master. The warrior, seeing this, turned to the baby and walks towards her. Sun Doi shouts at her to leave. But the brave girl continues to throw stones at the enemy. The warrior swung at the little girl, and suddenly someone's weapon blocked the attacker's blow. It was our hero who stood up to the enemy and saved her. Seo Man rushed to the master as he fell to his knees. But the enemy did not hesitate. A soldier in armor with a weapon began to approach the guy. He stood up and extended his hand with his weapon to fight back. The enemy could not understand how a wounded person could fight off their attack with such force. The soldier could barely resist Yen Vu's blows. But then he swung his spear to attack the young man himself. Our hero realized that it was necessary to use storm strike tactics in conjunction with the technique of soaring in the air. He jumped high in the air and swung at the enemy. The young man shouted for him to die. The enemy did not expect such a maneuver, he could not withstand the blow, such a force, and was mortally wounded. Blood sprayed from his mouth, he fell and could no longer rise. Yen Vu looked at the dead body of the second warrior and said loudly that the soldiers came to kill him, but he killed too. If they value their lives, let the rest leave. The Van Lonsen girl, who was fighting with two warriors, skillfully attacked the enemy, so much so that she wounded one of them. The driver, armed with a sword, confronted a soldier armed with two tridents. The driver shouted that they could not escape from the master, who was many times stronger than them. But behind the man, the figure of another commander appeared, who was watching the battle from afar. It was the deputy director of Lifen prison. He said that Van Tenlona has a pretty daughter and it would be great if she became my bride. He slowly approached the beauty. The girl stood next to the young man and boldly looked her enemy in the eyes. She asked why the deputy warden wanted to kill them. Lifen said that his boss sent him here and he only needs Yen Vu and no one else. Then our hero told the boss that in this case he should let everyone else go. Suddenly the girl stood in front of the young man and told the young man not to interfere. The boss said that if the girl promised him something, he would let them go. The beauty didn't understand. Lifen said that he loved her and if she agreed to become his wife, then they would be happy. The young man told the boss that his family was not worthy of even one hair from his sister. At which the man got angry and said that before death everyone is brave. Then Yen Vu suggested to see who would defeat whom. The girl shouted at the guy to stop. The young man told his sister standing next to him that he was afraid of the enemy's treachery and they needed to stick together. Lifen understood that he was stronger now, since the young man had not yet recovered from his injury. The enemy shouted that this was the end for the boy. He was very glad that he had the opportunity to settle scores with him. The boss immediately waved his hand and began the attack using the palm technique. He struck a blow, aiming it at the young man, but the girl shielded him with her body and weapon. She also attacked the enemy. Our hero also did not stand aside, he jumped up to the enemy and attacked him from the other side. He used storm strike tactics. The enemy began to defend himself. The girl thought, despite the injury, how capable and talented her brother was. For some time they fought on equal terms, alternately attacking each other. But gradually Lifen began to attack harder, and the young man lost strength. Here the girl entered the battle again, attacking the enemy with her weapon, but her strength was many times smaller than his. The man confidently grabbed the beauty's weapon and tore it out of her hands. Then he struck Yen Vu hard, so that he was seriously wounded in the chest and blood came out of his mouth. The guy flew several meters to the side and watched as the girl continued to fight with a formidable opponent, but he could not help her. The young man fell body forward when he wanted to rise, but could not, his strength left him. He tried to open his eyes. The last thing he saw was the enemy rushing towards him. Suddenly a brave girl blocked his path with her weapon. The boss repeated his offer to her again. The girl said nothing in response and only attacked the enemy again and again. Lifen defended himself. Yen Vu was very worried about the beauty and shouted to her to stop. Suddenly the enemy told the girl that she was looking for death. After these words, he attacked her with a strong blow, and she fell from the blow she received. The man approached her, the girl was lying on the ground, she raised her head and looked at him. He said that since she wanted to die, he would let her. The driver shouted to the boss not to mock the girl. Suddenly a huge stone flew towards him. He was thrown by Li Fun using his spiritual powers. A huge stone fell on the servant and crushed him to the ground. The guy shouted that he didn't want to die. The boss came very close to the girl and bent over her. An insidious enemy decided to kill the girl. He took her neck with his hands. The young man felt that someone jumped on his back. This is what his favorite, Chernish, did. The young man shouted his name. Li Fun turned around and saw a small dog sitting on the guy's shoulder. He laughed and said that the puppy would not help him. When suddenly the enemy felt that someone came up behind him. The boss turned around and had an expression of horror on his face. Behind him sat the wolf king Luan Ju. The beast stared at the man. One movement of the wolf's mouth and the enemy's head, as if nothing had happened. Only the crunching of bones was heard there. The girl could not believe in her salvation. She looked at her savior and thanked him. The Wolf King approached the young man, calling him young master and saying that he had come at his call. The guy was standing on his feet, his pet Chernish was sitting on his shoulder. The beauty was very surprised how her brother managed to tame the king of wolves himself. After all, until now she thought that this was a terrible enemy. Little by little everyone came together and stood around our hero. The young man approached the girl, who was still lying on the ground. The guy picked up the girl and took her in his arms. He asked how she felt. She said she won't die. The driver also stood up and could move around on his own. Sun Doi's brother and the girl were also fine. Friends found a cave and decided to spend the night there. The rain was getting heavier. The Wolf King lay down at the entrance to the cave. All members of the expedition lay down to rest on straw mattresses. Only our hero could not sleep. The young man remembered today's battle and blamed himself that because of him everyone could have suffered, which is why it was so important for him to reach the Legion of Death. The guy looked out of the cave, near the entrance to which lay the Wolf King, who did not sleep, listening to every rustle around. The guy thought that only by becoming the King of Death can all problems be resolved. When morning came, everything began to dry out from the rain and the branches on the rare trees turned green. Meat was cooked in the cave. Luan Ju sat at the entrance to the cave, guarding it. The driver and Sun Doi's brother ate large pieces of meat. The servant joked that if Blackie wanted to leave his master, he would take him and take good care of him. The owner replied that Chernish loves only him, but bites others' hands and other places. The driver said he was just joking. The girl said that it was time for them to move. The young man asked if she was still worried about yesterday. She said no. 5 minutes later they were already walking along the gorge. They all walked on foot, since the horse was killed by the soldiers during a skirmish. The Wolf King and the leopard girl walked next to them. The little girl asked the master to follow him. Seo Man said that now she also has strength and will not be a burden. Sun Doi's brother confirmed this and said that the girl has the ability and if she continues, she can achieve success. The young man agreed with this. The girl said that she wants to help in everything and can even protect the master if necessary. The guy said that after all, she would be better off next to her sister Van Lon Sin, and then after everything, if he survives, the guy will find her. At this time, the beauty looked at her brother with a gaze. Seo Man said that the young man will live a long life. Our hero said that if God wants to take his life, he will do it. Suddenly the driver said that there was an army of barbarians right in front of them. Our hero stood in front of everyone, and had a favorite on his shoulder. He said the real journey is just beginning. If you have watched up to this point, then I am very grateful to you, because this is where the video ends. If it's not difficult for you, then like this video and subscribe to my channel. And if you want to continue this story, then write in the comments. Thank you all, I love you all.